Thank you, Miriam. What do you think about the CPUSA plot? Caleb has nothing to do with CPUSA 2036. I've never talked to him about it. He doesn't even seem like he's into it all that much. He has nothing to do with it, dude. Jackson's debating Dylan in 15 minutes? What? I had some React content lined up, but we're going to react to that then. I just want to see that myself. What the fuck? Holy fuck. Thank you, Talon Sight. Appreciate you. Thank you, Talon. Appreciate you. Thank you, Waffles. Thank you, Crypto. Appreciate you. Who's Joe? Joe is talking about me? Who the fuck is Joe? Joe who? Joe Ma? Fuck you, man. Fuck this. Thank you, Princess Roar. Y'all stupid as hell. I literally took a day off. And this is what y'all doing? I took a day off. And the first thing I get is this shit. Took a day off. Thank you, Hux. Appreciate you. Hotspur, thank you so much. Took a day off and this is what I get. Come back, y'all don't even miss me. Give me your mama jokes and shit. You know, I was gonna take today off too. I was gonna do that. But I decided not to. Yeah, I was gonna take today off too and focus on theory. So yesterday I was just doing theory stuff yesterday. I mean, sorry, I was watching Netflix yesterday. I finished Marco Polo. I was finishing Marco Polo and I finished that show beginning to end. And honestly, one of the biggest reasons why I finished that show was because one of the characters in the show reminds me of my own ex-mod, and I just wanted to see them lose. I wanted to see their defeat. And I had to see it through. If you watch the show, you're going to know exactly what I'm talking about, right? The character Ahmad, who's a fucking traitor to the Khan, the biggest snake, the biggest traitor, the worst disgusting scumbag. I had to finish the show so I could see them brought to justice and see them lose in the end. But you know how fucking scary and eerie? This is why I got hooked on the show. One of the reasons. Other than the fact that it has a great vibe, it's a great show. I definitely recommend it. But there's a scene when you go into the room of the vice regent. His name is Ahmed. I fucking hate that guy. I fucking hate that guy so much. You go into the room and there's a painting. And this was like a big spoiler. You didn't even know he was plotting against the Khan. And it's a picture. He in the corner, you barely see it. It was a picture of him on the throne with the Khan's head ripped off. And I was like, all this time, this guy was fucking doing that. And it literally conjured within me the same feeling I had when I learned about all the disgusting, sick things my ex-mod was doing. So I had to finish that season to see them lose. I need to see evil fail and evil lose. Liars will always fail. Evil will always fail. 100%. I swear to God, I literally feel like someone made a time machine and made that show about my streaming career and literally made that character modeled exactly off of my ex-mod. Literally exactly my ex-mod. Same personality, same trickery, same deceitful, same exact fucking everything. So I will finish that. And I was also going to take today off to work on my writings and, refresh myself, theory, and refresh where I'm at and things like that. I decided not to because I just felt like streaming. I don't know. I just felt like having a nice, smooth stream. Also, I have a lot of stuff to react to. But I wanted to have a nice stream for smooth sailing, stuff like that. We got stuff lined up to react to, though. We got a lot of stuff. Did you see Destiny talk mad shit about me? Was he talking about me? About me? Hold up. About me? Really? Show me. Link me. Link me. Link me. Link me it in DMs. Link it in DMs. Link it in DMs. I want to see this. He was talking shit about Anna and Zerka. He said the insecure virgin thing, just go to the last VOD. Tell me where, dude. I want to know where he... Where does he fucking mention me? If he's... Look, I kind of want an excuse to go to war with Destiny, so... If he talks shit about me, we're gonna go to war with Destiny. Not just DGG, but Destiny in general. We will go to war. 100% if he's talking shit about me. I didn't even talk shit about him. If he was talking shit about me, that's a declaration of war. Give me the timestamp in the link in the DMs. Give me the link in the DMs. Yeah. That's a declaration of war. That is 100% a declaration of war. We will be fully at war with DGG if he was talking shit. 100%. No, their existence alone is not enough for war. Was he really talking shit? I think you're lying. Thank you, Tark. No way he was. I'm a dangerous person to make enemies with. I don't know why anyone would want to make enemies with me. He thinks you are on the warpath for him? No, I'm not, dude. It's not true at all. Doubt it? Okay, guys. He called you and John a virgin. Why? No, he wasn't talking shit only to Zerka. Okay. That's so random. That's so random. Why would he say that? Harkdan? Who the fuck is Harkdan? I don't know who fucking Harkdan is, dude. I saw the stream, that was his reasoning. He just added you into the beef with Zerka. What? I don't get it. Can you fucking link me the timestamp? And I know we're gonna do that. I have an announcement to make before we start watching the debate with Dylan and Jackson, but timestamp is 1:48. Okay, 1:48 of the last VOD. Let's see. Hold up. Relevant was talking about me again? Really? On my day off? 1:48. Was it 1:48? Let's see, 1:48. Was Relevant really talking? Did a whole stream for me again? Really? He did a whole thing? Alright, let's do this. Damn, we only have like 4 minutes to go over this. Okay.
Dramatically fucking held on to the Anna Bridge because it's like, oh, this is my proof that Destiny is like a super huge like piece of shit behind the scenes. Because like Zerka and that fucking Haas guy are like the most insecure versions of fucking beta males that have ever existed in the history of the planet.
No, he said insecure versions. He reacted to the Harkton and started and talked mad shit. What? Why did he say that Haas guy? The fuck, Destiny? Don't say that Haas guy. I'm more famous than you. You washed up ass fucking bum. You washed up fucking bum. Yesterday's motherfucking guy, boring ass Destiny DGG. Motherfucking. I see how you're trying to hide your hairline. I do the same thing, but you don't even do a good job of it. You don't even do a good job of it. And the difference between me and you is I'll go bald, I'll look fine. You'll go bald, you look like shit. That's the difference between us. I can go bald, Destiny. I can go bald. Destiny, you don't want war with me. You don't want to go to war against me. Trust me, you don't want to go to war against me. I am not a safe enemy to make. You don't want to go to war against me, Destiny. Call me that guy, Zerka. That guy, Zerka. I mean, sorry, that guy, Haas. That guy, Haas. That guy, Haas. Excuse me, that Haas guy. That Haas guy. As if you don't know who I am. As if I'm just some random person. As if you don't even know who the fuck that Haas guy is. Motherfucking giving you so much content, carrying your stream. Don't go to war with me, Destiny. You declared war against me, Destiny. You don't want to go. I've been holding back a lot, Destiny. I've been holding back a lot. I've been holding back a lot, Destiny. You don't want the smoke with me. You don't want the beef with me. You don't want to go to war with me, Destiny. Trust me, you don't want to go to war with me. You don't want to go to war with me. Call me that Haas guy. You don't want to go to war with me, Destiny. Trust me, Destiny. I'm the most dangerous enemy you can make on Twitch. You don't want to go to war with me, Destiny. You don't want to go. You don't want the smoke, Destiny. You don't want the smoke. You don't want the smoke. So you're saying I'm insecure, right? And I'm a beta male. Destiny is calling me a beta male. Let it sink in. The difference between you and me, Destiny, since you want to talk about who's a beta male, who's not a beta male, I don't let another man touch my girl. You want to call me a beta male? Let's not go there. Let's not go there, Destiny. Let's not go there. Let's not, because as far as I'm concerned, Destiny, I am the alpha. You understand? I am the only alpha. And if there's more than one alpha, there can't be more than one alpha, Destiny. There can't be more than one alpha when it comes to that. You can't let another guy be an alpha. That means you're the beta. That means you're the beta. You're the beta. You understand? Don't go there, Destiny. We're not even done with you yet. We're not even done with you yet. But let's see what else he says.
Like men that fucking scream and pound their fucking chest to show you how secure they are, to try to cover up like the massive amount of insecurities they have about themselves, their lives, their personalities, like who they are. Like, holy fuck.
Excuse me, so you think I do it to cover up and not to assert my powerful dominance against you and upon you? Really? Really? Really, Destiny? Really? Destiny, so here's a question. Why don't you pound your chest? Why don't you do the things I do? You can't, because you would look fucking stupid, Destiny. I do those things because I can. You can't even if you wanted to mock me. When you were fucking pounding your chest, it didn't even work. It didn't even work. When I fucking pound my chest, you can hear the bass drums from miles away. That's how fucking powerful my chest is. When you do it, Destiny, you couldn't even wake up a baby. You want to talk shit about me. You want to talk about shit about me, calling me insecure. You want to call me insecure. Oh, wait, I'm the insecure one, which is why when we was on Zerka's show, you were the one who crawled in chat. You were the one who crawled in chat because you were insecure. That's your fucking private life. That you're saying your private life. You didn't want Anna to have an opportunity to be able to talk about that shit publicly. Now, did you? And I'm the insecure one. Is that why you were in Zerka's chat doing damage control? Because you're worried about your image? Oh, I see. Oh, I see how it is. I see how it is. No, we're doing new drama because he's talking shit about me. He's talking shit about me. It is not wise to go after me, Destiny. It is not wise to go after me. I've been holding back. We have had a truce thus far. But you know what? Now we're going to war. You just declared war. You just declared war. And it's 1984. It is literally 1984. And we're going to war. You understand? Interesting. I wasn't even getting that involved with the Zerka stuff. Right? Because I was letting Zerka take care of his business. Now it's my business that's gotten personal. Now it's my business that's gotten personal. So, excuse me, I'm insecure, and yet I'm not the one who makes girls cry on stream. I'm not the one who's afraid to look like they lost to a girl. You have to make her cry because you're too scared that a girl is going to beat you? Get the fuck out of here. You're literally threatened by women. And I'm insecure, and you're threatened by women on stream. Your ego's threatened by women on stream.
But,
and look, you know something funny? Destiny, if I'm insecure, why did you start going to the gym? You started going to the gym because you saw me. You were envying me and my powerful chest and my powerful arms, and you want what I have. You're not only insecure, you're jealous. But you know what? I'm going to tell you, you don't have the will. You don't even have the will to get on my fucking level. You don't even have the will to get on my fucking level. You understand? You're not. Please try getting on my level, Destiny. Please. You literally started going to the gym and started doing protein. Why? Because you're insecure. Because when we debate, I fucking mog you. That's why. Because when we debate, I can do this. And guess what? It walks the walk. Guess what? It ain't all talk. It walks the walk. You understand? It actually works. It actually works. And Destiny, Now I understand. Oh, insecure about a whole lot of other stuff. Insecure about this, insecure about that. At least I'm secure in the fact, Destiny, when I'm talking to someone, they're not even allowed to talk to other guys. I'm not even in a relationship. They're not even allowed to talk to other guys. Or else I ghost them. And I'm the insecure one? I don't gotta be insecure. Because I can actually get away with that, Destiny. I can actually get away with that. I can get away with that. You can't get away with that. You can't because you're not secure. You're not actually secure. You're not actually secure. And you talking shit about me. And I was holding back all this time. So much shit I could say about Destiny. So much shit I could say about Destiny. Destiny, I can take my shirt off midstream. And you saying, oh, that's because you're insecure. You're hiding something. Okay. So you do it. You do it. You take your shirt off on stream and see if you can do what I get away with. And see you can. He was upset because he thought he showed you respect by not piling on the stuff without relevant. Then someone sent him clips about you saying something about the Anna stuff. When did I pile on Destiny? I literally stay out of it. All I did was address his Reddit. All I did was talk shit about DGG. I didn't talk shit about Destiny. Not once. Not once I talked shit about Destiny. But now, I'm glad he did this, because now we can go to war. Now we can go to war.
That squirrel also signal boosted Anna's manifesto when it first dropped. Yeah.
It's a dangerous enemy you made of me, Destiny. That's all I can say. That's all I can say. It ain't wise to go after the con. That's all I can say. Everyone who... You're going to end up like Sansol. 50 viewers per stream. If you just wouldn't have talked shit, you would have been fine. You would have been fine. He's done with Zerka and thought you were backing Anna. That's why he fired at you?
Based.
Thank you, Apoxa Joe. I was defending Anna against DGG and all the B tier streamers. But he wants to go after me? Really? Really? Really?
Stream, 4-hour stream.
So where am I? Where does the shot talk shit about me?
Not. It makes the situation worse. It's just typically under these circumstances.
Look towards a...
This is... I feel like I'm living in a simulation. Wait, are we actually serious?
Yeah, it works in the opposite.
sorts of things they can use.
Our relevant isn't even talking about me. What are you fucking talking about?
Need to be more, I guess,
That's why I say
both
to the
sidesing
houses,
it.
You're not even talking about me.
Eye, and they're like, my right eye, and they're like, all right.
Okay. Okay. Zerka, I was talking to Zerka today. He's playing Gears of War. He's just chilling. He's gonna go live today. He's going live today, I'm pretty sure.
Okay. You should listen to
Who's talking shit about me?
I'm going to recommend people don't go on Politically Provoked until she is no longer associated with it in any way, shape, or form.
And all she has to do, like right now, obviously.
Nobody talking shit. I had an announcement I wanted to make, guys. Fuck, I missed a lot of the Dylan debate. Okay, I'll do the announcement after. We're gonna announce it after, okay? One last thing. BX Bullet is getting a lot of hate from some really fucking nerdy twerps on the internet. A lot of scumbags. You know, guys, in the very, very beginning, out of the lore, me and Bullet, we didn't have the best of mutual perceptions, but she's actually a super cool person, super chill person, super down to earth chill person. They're getting a ton of hate, ton of fucking Keemstar went after them. You know, all these fucking 15-year-old nerds and scumbags are going after them. You know, so you know, the infrared community, you know, we don't stand for that shit, especially since Bullets acquitted. She tried to. That's okay. That shit is in the past, dude. That's in the past. She's a cool person, you know. The politically provoked Britney host was, bro, shut up. We're cool with them too. We're obviously cool with Britney and the politically provoked people, cool as hell, you know. But Bullet don't. Yeah, that guy Augie, that fucking 15-year-old, whatever. But we'll cover that shit later. Let's look at the Jackson Dillon debate.
Well, I want to finish my statements. You're not even letting me finish, Jackson.
It doesn't function as an embassy because it's not an embassy.
But it does function as an embassy.
No, it doesn't. If
it
was
does
a sovereign
everything
country,
an embassy
it would
does.
function
Wait,
as
can
an
I
embassy.
finish? It does function. It deals with passport issues. It's what are number one negotiating and talking to of Taiwan. It functions as that. It does name one thing that an embassy does that the American Institute in Taiwan does not do.
I'm just telling you, it's not an embassy because it's not a sovereign country. So to
I'm telling you,
label it as such would be very, very, very disingenuous.
So you
and would be towing the State Department line of saying that Taiwan is in its somehow own way a sovereign country. It's not.
So you are conceding that it does function as an embassy, though.
I'm not conceding anything. I'm just saying.
But you just said that it doesn't function as an embassy.
I'm saying that no, I said it's not an embassy. It's
but
not
then
an
you
embassy.
then you said that it didn't function as an embassy.
I'm saying it's not an embassy, and for that reason, you can't claim that it functions as an embassy because it's
but
not
it
an embassy.
Then what thing does an embassy do that the American Institute in Taiwan doesn't do? One thing, anything, literally anything. Anything in the world. One example.
It would be an embassy if it was an embassy. It's not an embassy.
That's not an answer to my question, Jackson.
It's not its own country. It doesn't have an embassy.
So it does everything
States.
that an embassy does. Just like there's another example of a Taiwanese institute of a similar nature in the United States that has basically what would be a Taiwanese ambassador that was there, for example, at Joe Biden's inauguration.
An institute, not an
embassy.
embassy.
Yes, it's an institute, but it does everything an embassy does.
If it was a country, and if the United States recognized it as a country, then we would be calling it an embassy, correct?
We don't call it an embassy because we wanted to
because it's
warm
not
up.
a country and we don't recognize it as a country.
Why do you keep interrupting me, Jackson?
Jackson's winning
on these illogical paths that deviate from what the truth of the situation is.
Jackson, you got to let me finish my statements or I can't talk to you.
It's not a statement of.
It doesn't function as an embassy because it's not one.
Lies can also be statements, and you haven't proven that it's a lie. It does function as an embassy. You're the one who said it didn't function as an embassy.
You're the one who said
that.
One of the functions of an embassy is to coordinate diplomatic relations between two sovereign countries, which Taiwan is not. Which is why it's not an embassy.
Right? The Chinese government holds the one China principle. What the principle is that the mainland government, right?
So does the fucking Taiwanese government.
China, and that Taiwan is a part of China, right? But the one China policy is very similar. But the distinction is that we don't really necessarily say that Taiwan is a part of China. We do not make that statement. It's ambiguous, just like most of our policy on Taiwan is to give us.
But Taiwan says that. The Republic of China says that, Dylan.
That's our position. They recognize that that's our position. I'm not saying they recognize that Taiwan's its own separate country, but they don't pretend that we have the one China
Chinese
principle.
Recognize that Taiwan is a part of their country.
Okay, that's what the Chinese government
call themselves the Republic of China. The U.S. doesn't have ambassadors in China. We don't have an embassy in China. It's not its own sovereign country.
Okay.
I know you want to try and spin it, and we can talk
the
about
thing is,
Dylan.
We can just go through all the things that make it its own country.
I just let you go on for like a minute to talk about all the dumb shit that you just put forward. So now let me talk.
Okay, Jackson.
So it doesn't have its own embassy. We don't have ambassadors there. They call themselves the Republic of China. China recognizes that it's a part of China. So I mean, you're just avoiding the principal debate that we were starting to have at the beginning of this live stream, which was, what is your excuse for saying that it's reasonable for the U.S. to give an increased supply of armament to Taiwan at this point in time when there is increased aggression towards China from the U.S. and our Western allies in a myriad of complex ways?
So first, I'm going to assert why I think it's a country. when it comes to what most countries would designate what is countries, whether you go with Webster Dictionary, any dictionary you put in front of me,
It's not a country.
Okay, you can say words. Now, can I finish?
The U.S. doesn't recognize it as a country. So are you saying that you personally recognize it as a country, or the U.S. recognizes it?
I personally recognize it as a country
Okay, so
because
Dylan
not recognizing
Burns-
out. Wait, let me finish.
Dylan
Can I
Burns
please-
recognizes Taiwan as a country, but the United States doesn't. Go on.
Okay.
You can see.
I
that.
reckon the United. Yes, I can see that because the United States doesn't recognize it as a country out of formality and trying to keep ties with the Chinese government. Right? It's ridden a tightrope for a very long time. Right? For example, Kissinger wanted to throw Taiwan under the bus. Many American administration wanted to throw Taiwan under the bus, and it was Congress that stepped in and stopped them on many occasions. Sometimes it was the opposite. Now, when it comes to why it's a country, it has its own functioning judiciary, it has its own military, it has its own flag, it has its own anthem, it has its own currency, it has its own
He's
identity
retreating!
that has formed over years.
Dylan's
It has
retreating!
its own history separate from China.
He's retreating!
It is part of multiple international organizations, not all international organizations, but the United States.
It's a rivaling government from a civil war that claims all of China.
And that doesn't make the United States not a real country, right? I don't believe that just like this isn't a country, this is a country. It's just the America gets to determine what is and isn't a country, and the China gets to determine what is and isn't a country. That's why when we didn't recognize mainland China, I still consider that a country.
So you're saying that you know more than the leaders of the U.S. government and the international community, which all define Taiwan as being a part of China.
No,
that's just your opinion. That's just your opinion. I get
He's
it.
retreating. It's already over. It's already over.
No one fucking agrees
Well,
with you.
no,
one in
that's
this chat
not
agrees
true.
with you. No one on Twitch agrees with you. The U.S. government
That's not
doesn't agree with
true.
you. China doesn't
That's
agree
not
with you.
true.
The majority of people in Taiwan don't agree with you. Type
That's-
a 1 in
that's
chat if
definitely
you,
not-
if
that's
you don't
definitely not
agree
true.
with Dylan
Okay.
Burns here, because I don't
I
think any
don't-
of you agree with him. So Dylan, go on. Explain
I don't-
why the United
No one
States
thinks that Taiwan's a country. It's just that
eyes,
they either believe in the People's Republic of China or the Republic of China. They're both
that is
China.
not its own country.
Now,
get it?
Number one, you're wrong again. The United States, in all function, recognizes it as a country, does not state it because they know it would piss off China. This is true of basically
don't
every
recognize
other.
it as a country.
Let me finish.
They don't recognize it as a country.
Let me go on my spiel. Just
don't
because
recognize it as
somebody
a country.
doesn't
Just say
recognize
it.
it as a country
Just say
does
it.
not mean it's not a
Just say
country,
it.
right?
They don't recognize
Okay,
it as a
I
country.
already-
It's not
I
a
already
country
said
in the
this
eyes
earlier.
of the
Now,
United
can I
States
finish?
government.
Can I, Jackson, calm down, okay?
You're the one who's getting angry.
I understand
because I'm debunking your
You're
point.
No, because you're
You just
interrupting me.
said
And I'm
that
trying
the
to
US
say
you
points.
just
You're
said
not
you just
debunking
said that the
anything.
US
Dylan's running!
is a country.
The
but it
United
Dylan's
doesn't
in
States
retreat!
does not
which means
rule
that
the
it doesn't
world.
recognize
I
it
don't
as a
know if you
country.
believe China and the United States are the only two powers that dictate what it is and isn't a country. But you know what? There are nations on this planet that say it's a country and have formal embassies with it. It's
Name
not
them.
a lot, but it's changed with
And the US
time
isn't
because
one
the
of them.
mainland's
Yeah, the-
influence has grown.
That's the
Yes,
thing, the
we have
US is
changed
not
with
one
it,
of them.
But we
No,
treat it
the
as a
US does
country.
not have embassies. The US
I
does
said,
not have
but
ambassadors.
we have a functional embassy in Taiwan. We have a
No,
functional
it's not a
I just
ambassador
said that the
functional
in
US
ambassador.
Taiwan.
is
It's
one of
not
them.
an
We don't have an
embassy.
embassy there.
No, I
We
said
don't
it's
have
one of the. No, I
ambassadors
said
there.
that the United
We
States is
don't
one of the.
recognize it as a
No, you're not
country.
listening to me. I said it's one of those who changed its policy when it comes to embassies and national recognition officially. I was trying to tell you that it does not officially recognize it as a country. But I don't believe that just a number of nations recognizing something as a country means that it becomes a country. Definitely when the reasons they recognize it as a not a country, even though unofficially many have a similar policy as the United States and having private institutes act as ambassadors in all ways, act as embassies in all ways, is because they want Chinese economic power in their countries. They want the Belt and Road Initiative. They want these things, which I'm in favor of. I'm in favor
So
of.
what?
I want trade,
What's your point?
national
They're
prosperity.
not allowed to recognize separatism from China. That's separatism.
Does not mean you automatically now are no longer a country. Because if that
Just because they have a different system of government doesn't make them a separate country.
was the official government of Taiwan, of China, and we should treat that as the official government of China just because less nations recognize the mainland, that would be ridiculous.
So you do realize, though, that, I mean, your preferred strategy here of like providing increased armament to Taiwan, which you claim is a sovereign
Yes.
country, but no one else does. And
That's not true.
And that the U.S. increase aggression towards China. You say that that's like what we should be doing, right? You say
No,
that that's a good
that's
thing.
not-
That we should be
that's not
providing this
necessarily
increased
true.
armament, which is an increase in aggression. And if you believe that, that's obviously going to that's going to potentially one day, when the aggression reaches a certain peak level, is going to splinter potentially, if the U.S. gets its wishes, Taiwan from China. That would be the U.S.'s wishes here, right? Or at least economically splinter Taiwan from China. Now, China makes up a greater portion of trade with Taiwan than the U.S. currently does. Taiwan makes up a greater portion of trade and imports with Taiwan than the U.S. does by a great sum. So why, if you are claiming that you want to increase trade with China, you want these, I mean, I would assume this is accurate, you'd want more mutually beneficial trade agreements between countries all across the world. Why would you want this U.S. policy of increased aggression, which will only inevitably result in splintering, at least economically, of Taiwan from China, and which will result in more harm for the people within Taiwan?
Roll!
So first, I just want to say you're wrong that nobody recognizes the official government. Guatemala does, Haiti does,
Domination.
does, Paraguay does, Nicaragua does, Belize does. There's many.
He's in retreat.
Not a ton.
He's in retreat.
So wait. If that's the note,
he's in retreat.
All they have in common. Then why does the American position on it matter? If the idea of only American allies doing it, then why would the American recognition of Taiwan matter in this case?
I didn't push back on your assessed motive of the United States for not recognizing Taiwan as a sovereign country. I just said that they do not recognize Taiwan as a sovereign country.
Okay, there. Anyway, let's get to the main point again. So I do support, when it comes to China, I want to de-escalate. I agree with Joe Biden's, even though it was milquetoast speech at the UN, that they should come together kumbaya style and try to find resolutions. I didn't agree with Trump's tariffs on China. I didn't agree with that at all. But just because I want to de-escalate doesn't mean I abandon my values when it comes to Taiwan.
You don't want to de-escalate. You want the U.S. to give them more arms.
Bam!
But
bam!
How is it escalation if we're continuing the status quo when it comes to Taiwan? Because that's what we're doing when it comes to the Taiwan relations. It hasn't changed.
It's an increase in our... And it goes hand in hand with AUKUS. It goes hand in hand with everything we're doing in the South China Sea. It goes hand in hand with all of the military equipment we have surrounding China. It goes hand in hand with the economic warfare against China. You can't look at just one policy alone without assessing all of the other things that the U.S. is doing on a global scale to counter China and increase aggression against China. You can't do that.
You can ask me about those specifics, about any of those things if you want to. But right now I'm talking about this specific policy.
He's in retreat.
Or not support it.
He's in retreat.
The Taiwan Relations Act is very clear.
Dylan's in retreat.
I got a sub. I said thank you.
Okay. Congrats. So the Taiwan Relation Act is very clear that when it comes to supplying arms to Taiwan, it should be purely and only determined by their defensive
needs. He's in retreat.
To provide them weapons of a defensive character.
He's retreating.
And when it says that,
he's running.
It means its needs.
He's running away.
With inflation increasing or its strategic needs. That means that the policy of it increasing some years and decreasing other years has been constant for the entirety of our relationship with Taiwan post 1979, which, by the way, was
copium.
The same time
pure copium.
One of the most
pure copium
relationships with
pure
China,
copium
because it was the midst of the Sino-Soviet split.
Copium.
And they wanted to.
He's trying to cope for the increased aggression.
Them to open up to
plain
us.
as day, increased aggression. He's coping.
Policy through both hard times when it comes to Chinese relations and easy.
Dylan's losing.
Chinese relations.
2 HP.
Thank you, Joey Steele. Understand how this is an escalation if it's a continuation of what we've been doing for years.
He's coping.
I have two things. First of all, you have to look at the relationship that the United States and the leadership within, the relationship the United States had with Taiwan and the leadership within Taiwan and what they were doing to people within Taiwan during that period as well.
Bam!
But also, you have to assess the fact that the U.S., in my eyes, should not be providing, we shouldn't be bankrolling these countries in military aid. We shouldn't be bankrolling countries in military armament and just like completely stuffing them full of all of the military weapons that we could, squeeze out of the military in a given year. Because that country should be able to defend themselves on their own. They shouldn't have to
Damn right,
rely
Luke.
on U.S. taxpayer support to wage their own alleged defensive wars, which
Damn,
are
left hook.
given the U.S. motive for escalating tensions in all the ways they are with China.
Damn.
This aim that the U.S. has with Taiwan is not to support any sort of defensive measures. Again, my principal concern would be the U.S.'s goal to splinter Taiwan, if not only economically, but geographically from China.
Okay, so we're
Left
moving away
hook,
from the idea
jab.
of
Thank you,
escalation
Comrade
to
Lawai.
the motives behind it, then, right?
All right, so this is
Okay.
Dylan boxing.
So when it comes to
He's
Taiwan
retreating.
and these arms, you say you question whether it is defensive. So
I'm not. No, okay, so no, I'm saying in general, I question
Back to Jackson.
the motives of the U.S. government.
Jackson
in
POV.
You said there was, like,
countries and
alleged-
military
allegedly
armament
defensive,
and
though.
stuffing them chock full of military weapons, right? Because the U.S. doesn't just do that because we have a sincere care for a country's defensive operations. I mean, you have all of American or modern American foreign policy precedent to back that up.
Bam.
wait, say that last part again.
Right hook.
Before
You definitely
you
just
said,
heard me. I'm not gonna fucking repeat myself. Just
Well,
say
no,
what you're gonna say.
Bam. He's going hard on
I
it.
just wanted to hear it. I didn't hear you.
Disrespect.
whatever, if you don't want to
Disrespect.
All of modern
Exhibition.
American U.S. foreign policy history backs
Give
up the
him-
precedent that the U.S. is not gravely concerned with the defense of any given nation or any given people. We do things so as to exert further dominance as an empire across the globe and to achieve our foreign policy goals and aims.
Okay, so
Bam.
I will
Now
first
Dylan
say the
POV.
weapons that we're providing them. None of them are going to be are like purely offensive weapons. These are weapons that
He's in
How
retreat.
do you dictate that? Tell me how you dictate that. What sort of mechanisms do you have in place to dictate that?
the mechanism. Wait, you mean mechanism I
He's
have
in
in place?
retreat.
No, that the U.S. government is
I'm
providing
telling-
these
I'm-
weapons.
I'm
No,
telling-
no, no,
I'm
no,
telling
no.
you.
The
Okay.
weapon, the mechanisms that the U.S. government and their relations with Taiwan have in place to control that they're not going to be used for offensive means. Tell me.
I don't have that information.
You want to know why
written
you don't
down
have
right
that
now. Well, let me-
information?
Yeah!
You want to know why you don't have that information? Because the
I-
same thing was said when Biden entered office about Yemen. They said they're only
Okay.
going to be providing defensive weapons, missiles,
Yes.
and military supplies for Saudi Arabia, and it just so happens that they use them
Okay.
for offensive operations in Yemen.
So you have found offensive weapons that Taiwan is in control of?
Yo!
That
I'm
we gave
asking
them?
you to provide the
No,
structure
you're
that is
making
in
the
place.
claim.
I'm
You're
He's in
making
asking,
the
retreat.
claim.
I'm
He's in
asking,
retreat.
Claim
I'm
that they have
asking, I'm
offensive
not
weapons
making
or
a
we're
claim.
He's
I'm not
retreating.
making
I
a
wanna-
claim. I'm asking you to provide the
Okay.
He's got him at the edge of the ring.
that will
Well,
guarantee that these weapons are not used for offensive operations.
I never alleged that there were
You
structures
said that
in
they were going
place,
to be used for
but
defensive
I
operations
would-
only.
I
That's
would
what you
have-
said,
wait,
Dylan.
Yes,
You
yes,
said they're going to
and
be used
so-
for defensive operations.
And they are.
So
And
tell
they
me how
are.
they're gonna
And
be
they
used
are.
for defensive
Listen,
operations.
you gotta
Tell me.
calm down
Tell
if we're
me.
gonna have a conversation
Tell
here.
me how they're going to be used.
Jackson, they
Either
are going to be
concede
used.
that you're wrong,
Dylan's
or
about to
tell me how
cry.
they're going to be used for defensive only.
He's about to
Gotta
cry.
calm
He's
down,
losing.
Okay, you can't
Tell
just
me.
be
Losing
mini
steam.
Haas, okay?
Tell me.
Look,
Okay, you're not going to tell me. You concede
you're
that
making
point.
the
Thank
claim.
you.
You're no, I don't concede the point.
Tell
You're just
me
being
then. Tell
you're being
me.
anal
Tell
for no
me.
reason.
Thank you,
Because
King.
I
Tell
am
me.
telling you, you would need to provide me evidence that we're providing them offensive weapons for me to be like, wow, that's terrible.
Not my
Jackson's
claim,
rolling it up.
Dylan. That's
My
not
claim is
my
we're giving them
claim.
defensive weapons.
Your
I have
claim
checked
is
the
that
weapons
they're
we're giving
providing them defensive only
I've
weapons.
personally,
I
I've
asked
protest-
you
wait,
what structures
yes,
do they have in
you-
place
yes.
to guarantee that, and you couldn't
but
provide
just
those.
because there isn't
You
a structure in
couldn't
place to
provide
guarantee
those.
it doesn't mean we haven't given them defensive weapons. Are you alleging that the artillery we gave them
He's
is
in
going to
retreat.
shoot over the
In
Sea
retreat.
of China? They're going to shoot over from the mainland of Taiwan?
Dylan,
Is that what you're alleging? Are you alleging
if
that
you
the
listen-
F-16s we
Dylan,
gave them are going to do
Dylan,
bombing runs on
Dylan.
mainland?
He's winning.
Dylan,
You got to
Dylan,
show me
Dylan,
offensive weapons if you're
Dylan,
making the claim.
Dylan, I didn't make that claim. Tell me when I
Well,
made that
then
claim.
stop-
Tell me
then
the
stop.
claim I made. Tell me the statement
Okay.
I said.
Oh, fuck.
You are asking me to provide an example of
Typo.
structures in place to stop us from selling offensive weapons to Taiwan. And I responded, I don't know of any, but I have yet to see us sell what I would consider these purely offensive weapons to Taiwan. So please, if there is a concern about this, instead of yelling and getting your dunkaroos, I'd like to see that because that would be very concerning to
Dylan,
me.
and
That'd be something I want to call my
I
congressman
just told you,
about.
Dylan. I just explained to you that we don't have those increased armaments in Taiwan yet. The future has not taken place yet, but what we can do is
so
look
there are
at
none.
modern American foreign policy precedent and look at the fact that that same exact thing has happened in Yemen, where Biden said that he was only going to provide defensive weaponry for Saudi Arabia, and then go on to use them to bomb innocent Yemeni children. So what I'm saying is, unless there's a structure in place to guarantee that, then maybe we should provide you with military armament, because this is the same fucking thing we do every time the U.S. empire engages in intervention in another country.
He's in retreat.
So you're yelling about something.
He's about to cry.
And
Look at him.
Politicians lie sometimes, and that's bad. And I think we should immediately end our support.
Sometimes.
Yes, politicians lie sometimes, many times, 90% of the time. We don't need to be anal over that. I'm acknowledging that Joe Biden lied. Do you want me to? What else do you need me to say?
So do you recognize
Okay,
the
no,
inherent,
can I
the inherent
Dominance!
flaw?
Don't let him talk.
You don't recognize it. You see it happen in Yemen, but you don't understand how that could happen in another country.
Okay.
And
I understand. Well, listen. If you know what, I agree. So you and me, let's go to DC and say, hey, put checks on this, official checks on this. Which both, by the way, I don't know. Have you checked if there's official checks on this or not?
No,
have you gone and checked?
Dylan.
No, you. I'm asking if you have.
Yeah, exactly. You're asking me a question. And I'm going to answer it.
Okay.
There might be official checks on it. There were official checks on Yemen. There were official checks on the arms that were going to Saudi Arabia as it related to offensive operations in Yemen. But the checks don't matter because there's no system in place to actually guarantee that those checks are upheld. Hence why we shouldn't just be providing armament to entities within sovereign nations that could potentially try to sow discord with those weapons.
Look, he's about to cry. He's about to cry. Look at him.
Is that you asked me a question on whether there are official checks in place to make sure they're defensive. I say I don't know because I'm trying to.
He's losing. He's in retreat.
I said, what are the structures?
He's in retreat.
Guarantee they're not used for offensive operations.
Yes, and I tell you, I don't know, and then you.
He don't know. You hear that? He don't know.
How bad it is, and then I.
He don't even know.
And then you say
he's in retreat.
No. So wouldn't the solution here, number one, to be go in Google and find out if this is the case, since neither of us seem to know this, and number two, if this doesn't matter to you either which way, why even talk about this for any amount of time?
Because
he's losing.
My principal concern here is that the
he's getting rolled.
He's getting rolled. Armament to Taiwan.
Okay.
And there is no structure or system in place that has been put forward,
Facts.
as I know of, yet in any
factuality
that could guarantee that
facts and logic
armament isn't used for
based in facts and logic.
So regardless of whether they take the Yemen approach, the Saudi Arabian approach, and do the same thing here, it doesn't really fucking matter. Even if they did it, it would be a nice gesture, but it wouldn't really fucking matter because at the end of the day, Taiwan's still going to use these weapons in whatever way the U.S. empire says they should use these weapons. Hence why we shouldn't be giving fucking Taiwan weapons. Don't you get it? Don't you
knock them out of the park?
You need to calm down, okay?
No, you keep saying these delusional takes.
Yes,
knock them out of the park.
You haven't researched any of this.
Get this through your head.
Okay, Jackson. Look.
Dylan losing.
Okay. Is this like
Dylan losing
talking points? Like, I don't like, why are you so angry about this? Okay?
Get it through your head.
He's about to cry.
You need to calm down so I could talk to you like a rational human being, okay? There's only one Haas on Twitch. Okay?
This is what this. Oh, he's losing.
You're
he's
right.
Losing.
It's a fucking empire and it's crashing upon the gates of BreadTube. You are going down with these delusional takes. Say your next thing. Say your next point. Say your next point.
Am I part of BreadTube?
Say your next point.
BreadTube.
Say your next point. Explain why we should be giving an increased military armament.
Dylan losing.
Taiwan.
Okay.
Dylan losing.
What you allege that there's like basically no standard that could check this. Okay, what standard would you even have basically? Because obviously you don't want to do this period, but you're saying there's no standard we could even possibly have to make sure this is the case. So like what
Tanky's rising.
Likelihood would you need?
Tanky's rising.
You need like 100% assurance that no one could like jilt the system. Like what system would you put forward and that is different when it comes to checking to make sure that these weapons are defensive? I know you don't want to send them in the first place, but if you have a problem with the system in place, you got to tell me what system would you like in its place if that was the case, if that's one of your problems with it.
No, I don't want to send them at all. I'm just saying
yes,
that
I
I'm
acknowledge
just
that.
debunking your bullshit argument
But-
that these are only going to be used for defensive operations. I don't want them sent at all.
Yes, but they are, and you have no evidence otherwise. You can just say, well, let's look at Yemen, look at there. Okay, but this is the Pacific. The strategy for Yemen is that the United States wants the Houthis to lose the civil war because we want our allies, Saudi Arabia, to have a beneficial government in Yemen. We do not have, or under any delusion,
Thank
that
you,
Taiwan is
rising.
going to invade. And
Jackson
retake the mainland.
losing.
The Truman administration gave up those hopes a long time ago. The Sheikh and his offspring failed miserably. The white terror is over. There's no auspices. The United States or Taiwan is going to do an invasion. So I need
Dylan,
evidence.
tell me
of some
when.
sort
Tell
that
me
we're going
when
to sell them
that.
offensive
Tell me when
weapons.
I thought that I ever said that I thought that was the explicit goal of the United States.
Okay,
Tell me when I said that.
I'm not, but it doesn't make sense
Okay,
for
so
us
then
to sell
why
them.
are you creating this straw man and saying that that's what I'm fearful
Let
of?
me finish. Let me
You're
finish.
creating
He's mad. Dylan's mad.
Hypotheticals.
Dylan's getting mad.
You like Vaush, but you probably shouldn't like take every single debate strategy that he's put forward. 'Cause
Why
they
were
don't
you
work.
getting mad?
The Vaush, and you're such an asshole now.
Well, you haven't called me a Nazi yet, so there's.
He's
that.
getting
I will be a little
mad.
nicer
I'm
to
not.
you.
I'm not gonna call you a Nazi because I don't think you're a Nazi.
So Dylan,
Look at him,
you
he's
say
getting
that-
mad.
Can I finish my
Okay.
point? Okay, I'm trying to be nice. I specifically, when this Taiwan discourse
He's
started, I was trying to
retreating.
be as
Dylan
good faith as
POV.
possible. Man, you're testing me, man.
Well,
Look.
you're not being that good faith because you
I'm
say that
trying to. I really
you're
am.
asking me if my principal concern is
Well-
over whether or not they're defensive
Well,
or not.
no, I'm
I've
not.
said
Jackson
it like
POV.
5 times.
You brought
My
up-
principal
you brought up the
concern is that we're
topic.
sending arms to
We're
Taiwan.
having
Jackson
we're
POV.
trying to have like somewhat of a discussion here.
Go
and
on.
since you brought it up, I wanted to talk about it.
Go on.
So my thing is, I
moving.
don't even think the United States would have a large
He's in retreat.
interest in giving Taiwan offensive weapons at this point, since offensive weapons is not really that could strike the mainland or do any of the civilian damage about the mainland that the United States could provide them, would not benefit our strategic goal, which our strategic goal is to make sure that Taiwan stays independent from China as its own entity. If you don't want to call its government, we'll use
Then
the
what
word
is it?
entity to just move
He's in
forward.
retreat.
So I don't. So if there's no evidence of us giving them offensive weapons at this
He's in
point,
retreat.
if neither of us know if there are checks in place, right? I don't understand why we're talking about this.
He don't even know what he's talking about.
Why we're talking about this again is because you said that they were going to be defensive arms,
and
right?
you objected to that, and so I wanted to see
And
the
I
offensive
proved you
arms
wrong.
that we provided.
You proved him wrong.
You haven't
did.
proved that
Ow.
we've given them offensive arms. Show me evidence of that.
No, I proved you were the one who made the claim that these are defensive arms. You could
Yes.
not prove that these are only
Well,
going
no,
to be used for
I
defensive
went and
operations.
the weapons that I have seen are weapons that are going to be used for defensive purposes. For example,
Like aircraft.
that's probably the thing that you could maybe make the most hubbub about. That is being given to them because of Chinese. You can call it infringement. You can call it liberation. I don't really care. Chinese aircraft are going into what Taiwan considers its airspace on a frequent basis to test it.
There's no
They're
airspace.
prodding it for seeing if there's weak points.
No
or
airspace.
China
just-
is flying into Chinese airspace.
Yes, Taiwanese airspace, the separate
Chinese
country.
Chinese
Taiwanese
airspace.
airspace. But again,
Chinese
let's
airspace.
use
Chinese
The United
airspace.
States government
Let's-
recognizes that
okay,
as Chinese
let's-
airspace, but
That-
okay.
no, that's
So-
not
so-
true.
So
wait,
Chinese airspace. Dylan's
you just said
losing.
That's not true.
no,
Prove that.
you made a claim.
Dylan
that was-
losing.
You just said
a
that the
minute- we'll get
American
to that in a
government
second.
acknowledges that it's Chinese airspace. That's not true.
We'll get to it in a second. Give me 1 second,
Okay.
because you said that.
Look
you
at the
said
picture
that-
Zerka drew of me.
You said that these were going to be used for defensive operations.
This
and
was
they're not.
Zerka drew of me. Look at
You can't
this.
prove
Evidence.
that. You
Well,
can't
no.
prove that.
I'm saying, wait.
He drew me
I
this
said
picture.
that we're giving them weapons of a defensive character that can be used for defensive purposes, and I know they're going to be used for defensive purposes.
You don't know
because-
that.
That's what he drew
Okay,
me.
Show
that
me
crazy?
any intention otherwise. I made a claim. Disprove my claim. How are they going to be used for offensive purposes?
There's no guarantee that these are going to be used for defensive purposes. I cannot see into the future, Dylan. There's no way.
Okay.
And also,
So
I would
you have
argue.
no evidence.
I would argue.
You don't
I would
know
argue.
if we have checks in place. You don't know if we've given them offensive weapons. In fact, you haven't even disputed that claim. You don't
No,
know.
I have
about,
disputed that claim. I'm saying that we
so
claimed.
show me evidence
I'm
of
saying
that.
that
Show
we-
me that we sent them
I'm
offensive
saying
weapons.
that we claimed that there were going to be defensive operations only used for Saudi Arabian arms in Yemen, and that didn't.
Dylan
end up
losing.
happening. So how can you guarantee, based on the words of the same administration,
Dylan in
guarantee
retreat.
that these
Because
arms
the
are only going to be used for
strategic
Dylan
defensive
losing.
were
operations?
completely different. The
Dylan's in
strategic
retreat.
priority in the conflict in Yemen was that we want the government in Saudi Arabia.
He's
If-
not
if the
winning.
aim- if the aim
He's losing really bad.
If the aim, no, because you've already said this. So if the aim of Taiwan is to allegedly protect their own airspace, that you call it Taiwanese airspace, if you will, which is a part of Chinese, the Chinese country, then they would be protecting themselves from their own country, which would mean that they'd be trying to secede if that's how they're going to be using their military against their own country.
The Taiwanese government has said that we don't need to declare independence because we're already an independent country. That's a statement from the president of China, who has.
So why do you think the United States would be having its puppet regimes across the world?
Is there any evidence that we control the government in Taiwan through like puppeteering or anything like that, or are we just using this government as?
I don't. We have foreign policy aims. We didn't control Iran before we started warmongering in Iran and trying to commit regime change in Iran either, or any other country for that matter. That's kind of how regime change works.
Bam!
So you think we're going to do what is that? How is that relevant to Taiwan? Are we going to do regime change in Taiwan, or what's the allegation?
I never made that explicit claim. I said that it could just be economic splintering from China. It could be trying to, get China to place some sort of like economic sanctions.
Double KO.
Taiwan. We don't know, but we do know that the U.S. has sinister
double KO,
and they are increasing
one-sided.
The aggression.
It's so one-sided.
Increasing their support.
I never seen it so one-sided.
Okay.
Specifically. The political groupthink within Taiwan.
I never seen it so one-sided.
Either secede or have limited.
I never see it go down like this.
Okay, again, the government of China, of China. Okay, I understand that is their position. That is your position. But the government of Taiwan has said they don't even need to declare independence because they already consider themselves independent. The people of Taiwan have elected Tsai Ing-wen on 2 occasions, and she is one of the most separate country, quote unquote, independence candidates you could possibly think of.
Do you understand though that there are people within Taiwan who would love to have Taiwan secede in the same way, in the same way that on year after year after year, Bolivians resoundingly elected Evo Morales to serve as president, but then you had a very, very, very small faction of individuals led by Janine Áñez, who led a coup in the country.
He's in retreat.
Will doesn't matter when the U.S.
He's in retreat.
Okay, so the popular will does not matter when the U.S. empire is involved.
Correct.
Now, let me just say, the people in Taiwan that want to be back part of China is a very, very, very small minority. The same way
they're losing. It's not a minority.
The will of the Taiwanese people does not matter is one of the things you're saying here.
The Taiwanese people said they don't want to go to war to preserve independence. If it has to lead to war, they said we just go back to China. That's what they said.
Providing arms to Taiwan, or is the U.S. empire providing arms to Taiwan?
The U.S. empire is parting terms of Taiwan, but just because the United States supports arms, weapons, whatever you want to call it, just because the United States supports the country through military means or economic means,
Jackson's going so hard.
Disregard what their people want.
He's feeding on Dylan's corpse. He's feeding on his corpse.
Taiwanese needs.
Dylan's already done. He's KO'd, and then Jackson keeps going.
You're
he keeps going.
What I'm saying is the U.S. empire. No, I care more about the needs and the wants of the Taiwan people than you do. What the U.S. empire wants is to exert dominance and expand their empire in every way imaginable. They're going to do that by countering China in their eyes. Now, I think that's actually a very, very short-sighted approach. I think the U.S. should be working in a mutually beneficial way with China to expand their reach across the globe. I think that makes far more sense for the longevity of the U.S. empire and our country and our prosperity of our people. But the U.S. empire currently is engaging in a campaign of all-out aggression with China, and this is just a piece in their puzzle. Taiwan is a piece in their puzzle.
So, if that's the case, then would you be in support of the Chinese military backing off, the American military backing off, and the Taiwanese people having a referendum that is monitored by both Chinese, American, and international officials, so they can all make sure that it goes by the books. There's no interference of some.
China will never allow separatism. There is one China. They will never let someone take their territory, take a part of their country. That's their country.
I'm not sure I would support that. No, because I think if you had looked at California in 2016 and you had taken a fucking poll amongst all Californians in 2016, I mean, there's definitely it's definitely questionable as to whether or not this would have happened, but there's a chance that the majority of Californians would have voted to secede, and I think that's fucking absolutely dumb.
Okay.
Taiwan
Villains,
is part
people
of China,
coping.
and that's all it is. I mean, if
That
they
is the
want to
Chinese
secede,
government's position, yes.
if they want to secede, then they are going to have to guarantee, based on their own rights, that they can actually, leverage their own power as a sovereign country and secede without U.S. backing,
Facts.
right? Without U.S. army.
Facts.
So what you're saying in this case is that the might makes right here.
Hey, shut up.
I think Taiwan could not. I don't think Taiwan could.
Of course, might makes right.
And form their own
Okay.
sovereign country.
That's
without
the way of the world.
U.S. empire. And
Okay.
if a country can't do that,
I
then
could
they
say the
shouldn't
same
be a-
thing
they
about
shouldn't be-
Palestine.
they
Say
shouldn't
it.
Be guaranteed their own country.
Say
So
it.
do you
Say
hold
the
that
same
opinion for
thing.
Palestine as well?
Israel wouldn't be able to maintain dominance and control over Palestine had they not had all of the
They
military
have
support.
nuclear
Yeah,
weapons. Let's say we
exactly.
dropped it all right now. Well, now they most certainly have nuclear
No,
weapons.
I think you're.
Nobody's gonna
I
fucking
think you're.
touch
And what about
I think we're in
Iran?
agreement here, but I think
What about
you're,
Iran?
misunderstanding
What about
what I'm saying.
Turkey?
Because I think I agree with
What
you.
about the future?
I believe Palestine should have its own independent country,
Correct.
and that what's
I think
happening
they
right
should- I
now in
think
the
it should
West
be
Bank
one
is
state.
barbaric.
Are you a two-stater or are you one-stater?
I
I know
don't
you said
think.
in the past you supported two-state.
Now, what about
I-
Egypt?
I would say
now.
I would say two state because I don't think one state is practical or could ever happen unless it was under an Israeli government, which I do not want.
I think a two-state solution is far more impractical, but that's neither here nor there.
Damn.
What I'm saying is I'm in agreement with you in that I don't think Israel would be able to maintain dominance over Palestine or been able to expand as much as
Facts.
they have over the last
100%
several decades
facts.
without U.S. backing.
Facts.
which,
100%
actually
facts.
Further backs up my point.
100%.
Taiwan.
But then the
1000%
question would be,
facts.
So right now,
Billion
if,
percent
let's
facts.
say Israel moved in and they were like, all of this land is ours. We claim it all. Nobody can stop us. Now we know that
They will get
recently,
cut off from the international community.
Diplomacy Beach, basically
Everyone will.
collapsed, and nobody.
It'll be like
practically-
apartheid South Africa.
Nobody would either through.
It'd be like
alliance purposes
apartheid
or
South
the fact that
Africa.
They have nuclear weapons. So under that situation, are you saying that the international community should just stand down and not do anything because at the end of the day,
If
this
Israel
is,
took
this
all
is
of
an-
that.
Yes, if Israel took all of Palestine right now.
No,
and said,
Dylan,
"Listen,
I'm not saying that because you need to fucking listen to what I'm talking about. Israel wouldn't be able to expand the reach that they have if they didn't have U.S. backing
Yeah,
for
but
the
I'm
past
saying-
several decades.
yes,
Listen to
I've
the words that are
acknowledged that.
coming
I
out of my
heard you.
fucking mouth.
I heard
You're not
you.
listening to the
Fuck
words that are
dominance.
coming out of
I
my
heard
mouth.
you.
Absolute
I
dominance.
I said that a country, if
Utter domination.
sovereignty,
Fatality.
without help, without support
Yes.
from another country like the United States,
Fatality.
Empire, then they should not be their own
Fatality.
country. That's exactly what I just fucking
Fatality.
argued.
Do you see how that again? So America drops the support right now. You think this example wouldn't work because America has supported in the past. So even if we dropped, let's say we stopped funding the Iron Dome, we stopped funding everything. We said we're out, not our issue. We need to rebuild our infrastructure. We need Medicare for all, right? Which I know is something you would support doing, right? We pull out. Israel could do what I'm saying. They might do. Just go in there. This is all ours. So what should the international community do then?
If the Israeli, okay, Dylan, I'm just gonna say it very clearly, and I'm also gonna counter that point you just made, because it's actually an interesting point. If Israel hadn't had all the supports that they've had over the years, they wouldn't have been able to build up their
Yes,
their
I acknowledge
military into a
Damn!
point where it can now do that without further U.S.
Damn, Dylan mad.
You again are just looking at this isolated situation rather than the complex history of U.S. foreign policy as it relates
What's the wrong thing?
to Israel in the modern era. Had the United
Dylan
States not
losing.
provided all of the
Dylan losing
that
back.
provided to Israel over the past few decades, they wouldn't be able to just do this today without further U.S. backing. Now, what I'll also say to
Damn.
that point is there have
YouTube
been
tankies.
numerous assessments that have
Built
been
different from
drawn up
YouTube.
surrounding
This ain't Twitch,
Israeli
Dylan.
security.
This ain't
on their
Twitch.
northern borders.
YouTube
and whether or not they
barbarians
could actually
taking over.
maintain a stronghold on northern cities. within
YouTube
Israel,
barbarians taking over.
If resistance groups.
This
begin
ain't Twitch,
attacking,
Dylan.
How long they'd be able to manage.
This ain't Twitch.
I mean, there's a
He's
reason
come from
why
YouTube.
the Ben Gurion airport had to shut down for the longest extended portion it's ever been shut down.
Barbarians at the
During
gate.
this recent assault, because the resistance has grown, and it has grown to a point where it can actually threaten Israeli defense. And also, you had the resistance launch multiple successful rocket strikes into Israel that passed through the Iron Dome, which also was a new, it was a new exhibiting of resistance forces. So, I don't think if they hadn't have had all that support from the U.S. empire over the past decade or past several decades, they wouldn't be able to do that today. But also, I think their support is dwindling as is with U.S. support, and if U.S. support was cut, the time in which they'd be able to maintain their dominance would be questionable.
Okay. I think the example works, but just to be diplomatic,
but okay.
I'll move off of it and
doesn't.
say, what about you
didn't provide any evidence as to how
well,
it
let me.
works.
Okay, I'm moving off of it because this example
Because you lost.
Bam!
You didn't provide any evidence as to
Do you
how
really?
your argument
Okay. Do you
stands.
really want me to stand
He's
here? And
taking the L. Dylan taking the L.
No, I don't want you to stand here
Would be
for
easy.
20
Dylan
minutes
taking
talking
the
about
L.
this. I want you to accept that you were
Well,
very
can we-
wrong in that
Can
assessment.
we please? Because I won't, and then
Because
we'll
you're
have to
uninformed. You
argue
claim
about
to be a foreign
No,
policy
because
advisor.
I'm
You claim to be
trying
very informed about this, but you don't know your ass from your
Dylan
elbow.
taking the L.
Wait, I didn't advise.
He's taking the L.
those candidates, or what do you mean? I claim.
You did, but you claim to be
Okay.
someone who's actually
Anyway.
informed about this.
Yes,
and again,
I am, but
you
if
don't
you
know
really
your
wanna-
ass from your elbow.
Okay, then we'll argue about this for longer. My point didn't have to do with American military support, and we don't know if without
did.
American military support,
What was your point? What was your point?
My point was that if a nation can beat and subdue another nation,
Facts!
force or a
No,
people,
specifically
or
about
a
Israel and U.S. support
people,
for Israel. What
yes,
was your point?
Israel force. Yes, my point was that if America was to drop all of its support and all the international,
So it is
backers,
about military support for Israel, right?
Yes, it is in
Well, you
part.
just
We
said it
wide
was
as hell in this
military
bitch.
support for
I'm
Israel.
using my example has to do.
Wide as hell in this
Yeah, we were
bitch.
just debating
We
about
wide
it.
as hell in this
You just said it
bitch.
didn't have
Stanky's
anything to do with
rising.
You're not
military
letting me
support, but it
talk.
does.
Stanky's
You gotta
rising.
let me finish
Well, you're
my
talking
sentences.
in circles.
Put him in his
Help
place.
us
Then
pointing out all
how am I
the
going to
logical
talk? How are we
inconsistencies.
going to go back and forth? My statement is that if America dropped its military support for Israel,
So it
right,
does.
we stop supporting it, which you want to happen, right?
Dylan losing.
Yes, I would love it if the U.S.
Dylan losing
provided
bad.
military support for Israel.
Dylan losing bad.
Wonderful. And so that scenario, we live in that world. We're outie, right? At that point, now we could say
We're driving
Israel.
the tank.
We could talk about the
We're rolling over with the tank.
Spanish-American
We're
War in
rolling
Cuba
over.
as a similar example.
We
if
ride
look
in the
at that
tank.
one. But my point
We
has
need
to
a
do
tank
with
emote.
just because a
We need a
large
tank
force
emote.
like Israel can
We need a
dominate
tank emote.
Palestinian people.
I'ma
does
make a
not
tank
mean
emote.
It should be able to. That a people should be able to decide on their own if they want to be their own independent country through votes. That's why if California voted to be independent, I'd be in support of it. Same with Texas. A great example of this is if with the Spanish-American War happened, right? 1898. After it was
Dylan.
done, there was yes.
I thought
What?
we were sticking to Israel, and you wanted to keep
Okay,
arguing
we'll
that.
stick to
So
that then.
you
because
said
Yes.
you were talking about Israel. I really do believe that if Israel hadn't received all the support they've received over the past several decades, and if they stopped receiving reports or support starting today, that in the first scenario they wouldn't be able to exert as much power and have as much control over Palestine that they currently have. But B, if they did stop receiving support from the U.S., their Iron Dome would crumble. They would run out of rockets. I mean, Israel ran out of rockets during the Obama administration during one of their assaults on Palestine, and they literally had to ask Obama to immediately send them more rockets. I mean,
Dylan's losing
very
bad.
Fragile. I don't think you understand this. I know
Israel
they're
not very fragile.
Israel?
So the problem is in this scenario.
Israel
let's say
is
they
very
run.
fragile.
Yes, it is fragile.
If a force invades, they're going to nuke them, and millions will die.
They ain't gonna
Terrible
use
weapons
shit.
as well.
They will never
How
use
did they get
nukes.
those? With the support of
They
who?
got them. With
They
the
will not
support of
use
the United
nukes.
States.
They will
But
never
let me
use
finish my
nukes.
argument. But let's talk about 1948 then. We can just talk. Wait, we can
How
just
did
talk
they get them,
1948.
Dylan? How did they
We
get
can
them?
talk
Tell me.
Through help. I just told you through help of the United States. But
Oh
let's talk
my
about 1948 then. 1948. Israel wins its war.
I'm gonna blow my nose. Give me a
America's
sec.
not
I'm blowing my
giving them
nose.
Plans. We're not giving them this. There were individual Americans who went over there, but that has to do with Zionism. That's not directly America coming down like here's all your soldiers and here's your everything. And they win their quote unquote War of Independence, right? They used the Balfour Declaration as principle, and they're like, here we are, right? There was still a Palestine-Israel issue then. And my same principle would still apply, that if they were able to dominate those people which they were able already dominate in 1948, when we look at what the Lahai was doing to Palestinians, massacring them in some instances, right? That wasn't right. They're not allowed to just dominate those people. They should get a vote on whether this is the state of affairs they want. That's my point I'm trying to get out here. It didn't essentially have to do with American support, and we can remove this from the scenario if you want to and go back to 1948.
Because it does. I mean, Israel has lost wars to Lebanon. Israel has lost... Israel, literally, people characterize what just happened in the most recent assault. They characterize that as a loss because Israel had to stop their ground invasion, which they were planning in Gaza, right? I mean, that's exactly what happened, and that's why so many experts on this issue claim that
He's rising.
a loss for Israel. So... I do.
He's
push back
sweating.
on this
See, he's
notion that
sweating.
Israel is some sort of a innately strong country.
He's sweating. He can't handle Dylan.
Power
He can't handle Dylan.
Countries.
I mean, he can't handle Jackson.
They can barely do so with.
He can't handle Jackson.
Decades and decades.
He's
and decades
sweating.
of U.S. support, billions of dollars.
Dylan can't handle it.
And they wouldn't be able to.
Dylan can't handle it.
In my mind, there's no doubt in my mind that they wouldn't be able to do that, and they wouldn't have been able to expand their country to all the settlements they have today if it weren't for decades of U.S. support. I mean, do you really honestly believe that if it wasn't for decades of U.S. support that they wouldn't have been able to do that?
I do think that they would not be able to do what Israel today would not look how it looks. It'd probably look closer to 1948.
Okay, so you agree
that's
with
my
that?
view. Well, no, because my position would still hold for the Palestinians within Israeli territory in 1948. My position would still work.
No,
is that those Palestinians should still be able to decide. They shouldn't be made refugees out of their own ancestral homeland.
No, because the principal argument we had here surrounding Israel was that a country should not be able to stand on their own and be considered a sovereign nation if it has to rely directly upon another country for the majority of their military support or their economic aid. That's what we were talking about, and you just proved my
what about
point
Cuba?
that if Israel
then we can move on to Cuba.
Listen,
for
Dylan,
diplomatic reasons, I'll just say you're right.
I was about to make a point.
On.
My chat was about to get really excited. I was about to finish. You just made my point that if Israel hadn't have had decades of U.S. support, it would look closer to what it looked like in 1948, which actually proves my point that we were having from the start of this.
Pivoting birds. Pivoting Dylan.
Had to do with the fact that even in 1948, it would still stand that there would be Palestinians displaced by settler colonialism. Would you agree with that, right? And that's my issue, that shouldn't be decided just by the military force of Israel asserting itself in 1948, that the people of Palestine should be able to vote.
But that's what it would be decided by.
Which they
that's what it would be decided by.
Refugees.
It's not a matter of them voting. I mean, it's a matter at that point of international law and the disregard for it.
Yeah.
So it isn't just.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is
there's international law.
Should be able to defend itself, or people should have to defend itself if it wishes to rule itself, and it should not. In that instance, it would be relying on.
There's such a thing as international law. Ever heard of it?
International community.
Ever heard of international law?
No. That's just relying on international law, the law,
not the
strongholding of other countries, not the military support of other countries. That's just the rule of law.
So it should be a law that no one follows because the UN is a paper tiger.
What?
What are you talking about? Then whose fault is that? Then you're saying might is right.
To enforce
then you're saying might is right. If you need the fucking U.S. military to back it up, then you're saying might is right.
We saw that play down in Yugoslavia, for example.
No, I don't think that you necessarily have to have military intervention to guarantee the upholding of international law.
You do not?
No,
so
you
what
don't.
Do you think would happen? And by the way, so would you say sanctions is then a okay way to support then? If the international community,
you can just cut off bilateral relations.
That would be okay, but that would not be the use of other countries to prop up Palestine.
I think every non-military example of like diplomatic means should be carried out before you are implementing sanctions that directly impact the citizenry of a country. or before you engage in military intervention. But anyways, I mean, we're kind of getting into another argument now.
Okay.
But I mean, I won that argument. So what else do you have for me?
You know,
He
the
did
ones
win.
who have to declare victory and prove to everyone that they won are usually not the ones that do the best.
He won.
No, because
Deontay
Simple.
Wilder, Adrian Broner.
I was literally explaining to you how wrong you were. And then you were like,
I like the
I don't want to
Adrian
sit here
Broner
and
of
debate this for 20 more
political
minutes.
Twitch,
and then
man.
I was like, well, I mean, we
I
could.
beat Manny
We're not
Pacquiao.
gonna
I
get
beat him.
anywhere.
I
We're
beat
not
Manny
gonna get
Pacquiao. I don't care what
anywhere
anybody says. I beat
because
him.
I just
judges
beat
are
you
wrong.
on this. I did.
judges-
And then I was like, you know what? If Dylan wants to sit here and try to provide a new argument, then sure, I'll hear him out. But did I hear you out? And did you provide I mean, yes, I did. And did you provide a new argument? No, you didn't. And we're sitting at the same exact place we were
So are
just
you
at.
saying, wait, you had to secede the point that Palestine and the Palestinians in 1948 would need international support from other countries backing international law for there to be anything done about Israel. Without other countries using force, people aren't going to do shit. The state
not
needs
true.
to use force to make people follow laws. If not, it's just writing on papers, social norms, and social norms are not going to dictate that Israel doesn't abuse Palestinians.
Dylan, the primary argument we were having was that a country should not be allowed to stand on its own without military. Specifically, we were talking about military support from another.
Who
country,
voted for
right?
the U.S.,
That's
by the
what
way?
we're
Who
talking
voted
about.
for the
Yes.
U.S.?
Okay, yes. Okay, so is
Dylan's saying the U.S. has to be a police state.
guaranteeing that,
Well, does he believe in democracy? Because in a democracy, you vote for the state. Who votes for the head of state of the U.S. government?
for
7 billion people. Who votes for them?
to take over
Actually,
another sovereign
in many ways,
people.
it is. Example is the
it's
Scarborough
not.
Shoal.
It's not
the China,
in any way, shape, or
China
form,
lost
Dylan.
in an international court when it came to the Scarborough Shoal. They ignored it and kept doing what they were doing.
Yeah, because China did not recognize the legitimacy of the international court case.
Military
So
intervention.
what would you do then instead? If military support is the last thing, what would you do when it comes in 1948, Israel-Palestine? Well,
China disputed the case because the Scarborough Shoal was dictated by bilateral relations between the Philippines and China, not international law. It didn't fall under the jurisdiction of international law. It fell under special treaties and bilateral relations between China and the Philippines.
military force.
If I was respecting the will of the international experts who, were guiding the location of where Jewish people were to be guaranteed a homeland, post-war homeland, I would have respected the will of that international community that were alleged to have been experts on this, that was made up of also, I believe, 2 members from the United States, which said that Palestine should not be the explicit guaranteed homeland of the Jewish people. I would have respected that.
Jackson winning.
And do what about it?
I would have said that.
What would you do
Palestine-
about it?
If these international
Would have
experts, the
said
Palestinian
things.
people are all saying that Palestine should not become the homeland
Anti-intervention.
of the Jewish people, I would not have issued a executive declaration that we are going to form a new home for the Jewish people in Palestine.
Okay, so
Without Western support, it wouldn't have been possible.
You just asked
The whole Arab world got involved because it was an anti-colonial war.
It
would
wouldn't
have
have
been our
guaranteed
position.
an executive declaration which guaranteed the Jewish people homeland in Palestine. That's how they were
Okay.
guaranteed their homeland in Palestine.
So are you talking about the United States presidential, not the Balfour Declaration?
Sykes-Picot created the borders in the Middle East. All of the Middle Eastern Arab peoples were on the same page about Palestine. And assault on Palestine was an attack on everyone. Because they didn't recognize that they were different countries necessarily.
No, I'm saying it wouldn't have. I'm saying it's questionable as to whether or not it would have happened without.
But the
US
British
support.
did it. The British did it.
But
and
you
they-
needed US
they
support,
propped
right?
it-
You needed
well, they
US.
well,
you
but
needed
they-
you needed everyone.
You did
to
not
agree
need
to
U.S.
this.
No, you did not need, because the thing is, we had the Sykes-Picot Agreement.
Think
We
if
had
you
the
had
McMahon and Hussein.
Dylan. Think if you had a competent
making stuff
U.S.
up.
force, a competent executive branch that would have done exactly what we did in Iraq, right? You sway member states to support US
Jackson blowing the fuck out of
You
Dylan.
would have gotten them to not support the effort to create a homeland for the Jewish people in Palestine. But I don't even know how we got here, because we were initially talking about whether or not a country could stand up for itself based on, their lack of military armament from another country. And you literally made the claim. That Israel would be able to stand up for itself and expand its own territory without direct support from.
Right now, yes, in 1948.
Dylan,
wait.
Dylan, you were looking at this in an isolated situation.
Then we moved
You're looking at this in an isolated situation.
Fine, can we move on to a different example which doesn't have your problem with it?
History.
Can we move over to
totality of history?
Look, okay, then let's look at totality of history. Cuba, it was 1898. Cuba, American-Spanish War, right? After the American-Spanish War, there was a lot of discussion about whether Cuba would become an American state, its own thing, or whatever, right? Now, let's say you or whatever, anybody in the world, and you see the United States say, you know what? Yeah, Cuba is a state now. Cubans, obviously, many of them would not be happy. Maybe they revolt.
So they would fight.
If we just swiped away the Spanish military,
there's
not much they can do. So let's say the Americans,
they would fight against it.
Rebels, just like we beat the shit of native rebels multiple times. Would the might make right argument apply there? Or we just move over to native tribes in the United States?
So you literally said that.
So if they did that, what could we do?
To exert their dominance across Palestine.
Okay. What would you do about that, Dylan? What would you even do about that?
I mean, you just said, yes, you believe Israel would be able to.
It's not ideal, but what would you do about it?
Exert their dominance across Palestine, right? That's what you said. So I would question, what arms does Israel have to do that are not directly provided by or funded in part by the U.S. empire?
Well, number one, if we stop funding them, that doesn't make all their arms disappear, right? They still have guns that we gave them before, but it's not just us.
I understand that.
It's
I'm
also...
not a fucking dumbass, you piece of shit.
Okay,
I'm saying in a hypothetical situation, you're saying that Israel would be able to do this without U.S. support, but the U.S. has provided support for all of this stuff. Yes. That's my fundamental argument.
We're talking about RAI going forward.
That's my argument.
Can we move on to something else, or do you want to keep yelling about this?
He conceded.
I'd love to move on. You were the one who wanted to continue talking about this.
Okay.
Dylan lost.
Now, could you answer my question about Cuba?
He just conceded.
I'm going to be honest. I didn't care what you said because I was going to push back on that, so I went and got water. You want to say it again?
Okay. In 1898, we fought the Spanish.
Dylan takes the L.
Beat them pretty bad, right?
Dylan takes the L.
The war is still hotly debated today. And after the end of it, there was two debates in the United States, what to do with Cuba and what's to do with the Philippines, because those were the two pieces of territory we were able to wrangle from them. Obviously, the Philippines never became a state, and that was never even up for debate. It was going to become America's biggest and most pronounced. A lot of people say this is the start of American colonialism overseas. I disagree. I think it started before, but it's one of the most cited examples. But Cuba, many Americans actually wanted Cuba to become a state. And to be honest, there's not much Cubans could have done to stop that. We just obliterated the Spanish military presence in Cuba, which stopped Americans.
Not in the long term.
We moved Spanish soldiers.
At first, they couldn't do anything about it, but they would wage a protracted guerrilla war.
The fact that they can't
there'd be a fierce guerrilla war waged for independence.
Do so at that point. And let's say 20, 30 years passes, we're occupying that. Is that a righteous or okay occupation to the international community to do nothing just because might makes right there and they don't have the means to defend themselves without the help of Spain?
The international community wouldn't have done anything.
Yeah, we declared that they were a state because there was a debate about that in 1898.
Well, did they become a state?
No, I'm asking in the scenario that we did declare them a state. We were they are a state. And the Cubans obviously would not be happy about that. Then what?
They never became a state.
Yes, I'm asking. Okay, I know Cuba's not a state. But I'm saying in 1898, after the Spanish-American War, when that debate was going on...
Dylan, I literally just spent 20 minutes talking to you about a real-world example with Israel and Palestine.
And we're moving to a hypothetical.
In hypotheticals because your point was proven wrong. So you want to engage in hypotheticals.
What do you mean it was
this actually was one of the debate tactics. When I was prepping for my debate with Vaush'S, this was one of the debate tactics that everyone told me not to engage with because everyone said, when Vaush'S begins engaging
it's a stupid hypothetical
scenarios, you need to turn it back to the real world example.
You
need to turn it back to the real world example.
You need a real world example.
That could have happened.
Are not material, Dylan.
But it was material. There was an actual debate about it, right? So
why don't you just talk about Puerto Rico?
In 1989, I mean, 98. There was a debate about whether this would happen. And my stance would be we shouldn't just make them a state because we have more power than them and they can't defend themselves without Spanish help.
I just proved you wrong with a real-world example. Now you're dealing in hypothetical.
Yeah, but that's our own country. So I would be against making them a state. But at the end of the day, what could you do about it? If another country did that, we're going to go to war with them?
Upon real-world examples.
How do you have conversations then?
Dylan, which one is it? Is it based on morality or force? Are you saying that the deterrence for the U.S. to do that would have to be other powers stopping them? Or would it be based on your morality? Which one? You can't have both.
About a Kurdish state. Kurdish people have wanted a nation for very long.
Dylan, don't even get me started on this. Don't even get me. You just made me so excited. This is a good real-world example that I'm actually informed on. You want to talk about that?
Sure. Why not?
Okay.
Uh-oh.
So the Kurdish people could not guarantee their own sovereign entity until there was U.S. support prevalent in the region. The U.S. now claims to own and occupy. This is per Dana Stroul, who now works for the Biden administration on U.S. Syria foreign policy, that the U.S. claims to own 1/3 of Syria, own and occupy. They are doing that with the help of the Kurds, but the Kurds could not do that on their own. They had to have U.S. support. They couldn't do that on their own.
Okay. So what you're saying is because since they don't have enough power to start a rebellion against Iran, Iraq, the Turkish government, and Syria, because there are people displaced by borders, because the borders of the Middle East were cut up in a very, let's say, hasty manner, right? They should not have a state. So that's your reasoning.
I'm saying that
I'm not
Syria
asking
is a
about
sovereign
current American.
country,
I'm asking should it be its own country?
I don't think that the Kurds would be able to secede and create their own region without the support of the U.S. or another imperial power.
Why does that support? Why does that remove a people's right to self-determination if it has to be violent? There's been many peoples who have been dominated by superior military powers. Native Americans is a great example. I would have supported international support for Native Americans struggling to maintain.
What international support? Who?
American Manifest Destiny.
This is the primary basis of my argument, though. If you can't support your own state, right? If you can't support your own state, then you shouldn't be trying to call yourself a sovereign nation because you don't have the means to defend yourself. You don't have the means to create a social fabric that will stand up to another country that is currently, is made up of the land that you claim to want to occupy.
You're American, right?
Yes.
You do know that France supported us during the American Revolution. Without French support, there's a good chance we would have stayed a British colony.
So, what's your point?
I mean, sure.
So, would you have rejected French support and then had the American Revolution
France
fail?
and the UK were already had a presence in North America.
This country was founded. Yes, I have many problems.
You would have rejected French support.
Not necessarily. I just have many problems with the way this country was founded in general. But if you want to keep talking about Syria, because I do concede, I have problems with the way
he's pivoting. Dylan's a pivot, Andy.
We can keep talking about
pivot and retreating.
I didn't say Syria. I said Kurds, and Kurds exist across multiple borders.
Where would a Kurdish state be in part located, Dylan?
In part Syria, and Iran, and Turkey, and Iraq, right? And I believe.
And where are they currently occupying?
The SDF, which is majority Arab, are occupying a part of northeastern Syria.
Correct. So we're going to talk about
Syria. The majority of its
Syria.
forces are Arab, by the way, so it would not just be a Kurdish state, by the way.
They want a Kurdish state. That's what they want.
That's not what they want.
They do.
Yes, it is. Effectively, yes, it fucking is.
Providing support there is.
No, that's not. The SDF has wanted to negotiate with Assad to get something very similar to the Kurdistan Regional Government of northern Iraq. They've said this in multiple press releases. Their supreme commanders have said it. Multiple people in SDC have said this multiple times, that they do not seek independence from Syria. They seek something similar to a regional government, the way, say, Catalonia has its own regional government.
Because there are though many people who make up that group who do want a sovereign state.
Well,
I'd imagine you wouldn't concede, you would concede on that, right?
Yes, I assume there are people who have
Dylan losing
diverse political opinions in
and
northern Syria.
for years, that has been the primary debate surrounding the Kurds is creating a Kurdish state, correct?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
The last time
so
they
what
tried.
I'm saying is you have this group that in no way, shape, or form could be occupying the land that it currently occupies without the help of the U.S. Now, the U.S. did them dirty and said in a statement that Dana Stroud said we recognize this as 1/3 of Syria that we now own and occupy.
Thank you, Mountain Man Kurd.
Specifically targeted this land, not because it's Kurdish land or because it's land that this coalition wants to target and gain control of. They targeted
He's
it.
on Wikipedia, what?
Because it is the hydrocarbon and wheat-rich region of Syria, and they are going to cut off Bashar al-Assad from their raw resources, such as those, and that's exactly what they're doing. They're taking tankers of oil from this region across the border into Iraq. They're smuggling it into Iraq. This is exactly what they're doing. There's a Delaware-based natural gas firm that has been sanctioned by the U.S. Treasury Department to operate in this region of Syria. It's what they're doing. There's no other way to spin it.
Dylan got BTFO'd.
That didn't respond to anything I just said.
It
You just
does,
basically
Dylan, because
Okay.
your primary argument is that they should be able to have their own state.
Thank you, Cosmophobe. I saw that one. I don't like that one. I want one that looks more simple. Simple looking and futuristic looking, kind of. Simple and more geometric.
And force dictates your ability to be a people that should rule themselves. That is why I support Kurdish independence, because the Kurds across every country they are in right now, they are treated absolutely god-awful. In Iran, they're mowed down when they protest. In Syria, they were mowed down by both Bashar al-Assad's father and Bashar al-Assad himself after the football protests. In Turkey, they were called Mountain Turks. They had their language banned, and their children are shot by security forces. In Iraq, they got this thing that was closest to the Kurdish liberation in a way with the KRG government, but the government of Iraq still went in Kirkuk, and it was not a really good time when that happened. And so the Kurdish people have looked at the situation across our borders and said, we are treated like shit. Any other time,
it's none of your business, Dylan.
A Kurd making policies, because the other people fear Kurds. They think we're rebellious. They think we're disgusting. They think we're bad. They think we're a threat.
None of your business, Dylan.
We deserve our own state, and I do not believe just because they're a minority or because they are cut across multiple borders that struggle that they have should be dictated just by the means of not being able to take on one of the most powerful militaries in the world, in the Turkish government, for example.
Okay, so that's your reason for supporting a Kurdish state, I guess. But my argument here is that a Kurdish state would not be able to stand without U.S.
Dylan
support.
thinks there's such a thing as absolute power. No, there isn't.
Conversation quite nicely we're having, actually.
What if I don't care?
Because what if you don't believe that?
No. I said, what if I don't care?
Well, I mean,
because I don't care, because I do not, because I don't believe
we're having.
Because I don't believe that the American Revolution.
It's okay.
Well, the thing is, the same. Wait, let me finish.
It's okay. It's okay. Actually,
damn, Dylan got BTFO'd.
It ties quite
damn, that's bad. That's a bad look.
Initial argument
for Dylan
having, right?
Super bad look.
That if a country cannot stand alone without military support from another country, then I mean, at that point, it can't call itself a sovereign entity, sovereign nation. That's exactly what's happening in Syria right now. That's exactly what's happening in Syria.
My thing is, I don't think that just because another country comes in and assists somebody and they struggle,
they're not just assisting them; they're the decisive element.
Self-beneficiary means, like the United States is not doing it because there's some angel. I know there are Americans who support the Kurdish struggle. There's a lot of reasons why we got involved in northern Syria. Multiple strategic reasons. There were some who, of course, saw what happened at Sinjar, and the public outcry was enormous. But my main issue doesn't have to do with any of that. It has to do with the fact that I don't believe that just because they cannot, well, you gotta let me finish, okay? I let you finish when you said you wanted to finish. I do not believe that just because it could not hold up by themselves, that that their rebellion is not correct, that they should not be able to rule themselves. It's why I believe the French should have supported the American Revolution. It's why I believe that that the Kurdistan regional government has a right to exist and has greatly benefited the Kurds of northern Iraq. So did Operation Provide Comfort. And that's the same reason why I believe that the SDF will hopefully get their regional government, which will stop more incidents like the 2004 Qamishli riots, the same way I will I would have supported Native American tribes against Americans going in and shooting Native American children, women, and men.
Dylan, we are dealing with the modern American U.S. empire, and the modern U.S. American empire is the only reason why this coalition of forces in northeast Syria is currently occupying that region. If it weren't for the U.S., they would not be able to do that. Care. The U.S.'s primary aim, though, and every time we do something like this, is to balkanize a country. That's what I'm getting at here. I know you reject this notion that the U.S. acts in the modern U.S. empire acts in every imaginable instance as it relates to intervention or military backing in a way that only serves the interests of the U.S. empire, military-industrial complex, corporate elite, transnational corporations. I make that claim, I make that argument, and I feel very strongly about that. And you can see that that's exactly what's happening in Syria. The aim is to balkanize the country.
Okay, so let me ask you a question then. Why did that not happen in Iraq once the Kurdistan regional government formed? Because that was due to American creation. Well, that is a perfect example, and that's the exact same thing.
No, it's not. It's
a stupid example I can't really engage with because I'm not familiar with it.
If you're not, well then, but this is also literally right next to them, and this is what.
And you're on Wikipedia, Dylan.
As an example, what happened was that.
Well, I don't even know what year that is.
What year? What is?
When you claim that was created.
Okay, the Kurdistan regional government was officially created post the Iraq invasion, but it was unofficial for a long.
But it was unofficial. No, because it's a regional government. The U.S. is helping the Kurds and other minorities that make up those forces occupy that region and try to create a balkanized country. That's what they're doing in the Idlib province as well. They're trying to create their own territory within that region. It's not like a government that is acting under Syria. They're not.
Here's the difference. The current Iraqi government was formed on the basis of an agreement with the Kurds. The current Syrian government was not. The Iraqi government was formed in the context of the U.S. invasion and overthrow of Saddam. The Syrian government is a sovereign government that doesn't result from a fucking U.S. invasion. That's the fucking difference.
Here's my point. If they didn't have U.S. backing,
let me finish. I don't care.
If you didn't have U.S. backing, if you didn't have U.S. backing,
I get mad.
He's mad. I'm just going to mute you.
He's mad.
If you didn't have U.S. backing, you can come back in a second. If you didn't have U.S. backing, you would have a regional government at best, but you wouldn't have a sovereign nation.
He's muted. I'm muted.
Go
Both
for
muted. You finished? Okay.
Chad.
So nothing was productive there. Okay.
Chad Jackson.
So the SDF is not looking to be its own independent country. It has never claimed to be its own independent country. It is not doing anything that would be in the means to get its own independent country. It's not
except occupying territory that is part of the sovereign state of Syria.
It wants to be its own regional government, similar to the KRG.
What is it doing right now?
It is occupying a part of Syria because they want leverage in negotiations with the Syrian government.
So they're occupying part of Syria.
That is effectively the complete annihilation of sovereignty, dude. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. That is the akin to seceding altogether. It makes no difference. If you go in your fucking house and try to claim leverage over the U.S. government by holding people hostage, the police are not going to negotiate with you. You are defying U.S. law, U.S. sovereignty, and they are going to go after you just like any other criminal with any other criminal intent. Your fucking intention does not matter.
Because a regional government which let's say that the Assad
They
government
don't
doesn't
have a
troops
regional
in.
government.
What
They're
that's
occupying.
what they're not going to get a regional government unless they have military power.
If
That's
they
what happened in
if
the
they
KRG.
wanted a regional
That's what
government that
happened.
bad, why wouldn't
No, it's not.
if they were
What happened with the KRG is the fucking U.S. invasion of Iraq.
they can easily force Assad to do a lot of things right now.
We
Why wouldn't they
cannot force them to do this.
If they can
in
take
fact,
over
I can tell you
one-third-
about this. This happened already. What you're talking about already happened.
Dylan, if they can force their occupation of 1/3 of the country and steal the raw minerals out of that 1/3 of the country, don't you think they could have conceded power and forced a mutually beneficial regional government agreement? They could have, but they didn't want to because they wanted to balkanize the country.
You don't know what you're
steal
talking
their
about.
oil and
How
steal
can you
their
be
wheat
so clueless?
and cut off the
You
Syrian
said-
government and
you
Bashar
said you knew a
al-Assad
lot
from
about
all
this.
of their raw minerals.
You
That's
said
exactly
you didn't know any. How do you say you know a lot about this and then know
That's
nothing
exactly
about
what
Northern
happened.
Syria?
All right. Let me just ask you two
Assad-
questions. Two
no,
questions.
you just no. You just got your whole
Two questions.
spiel.
Two questions or else you're a beta.
I'm
Two
not
questions
listening.
or else
I'm not.
you're a beta.
I gotta speak.
Two
I have to
questions or
speak.
else you're a beta.
Okay, I don't care. I'm a
Two
beta.
questions.
Anyway,
Beta.
I don't care. I'm a beta.
Two
I don't care. I'm a
questions.
beta.
Beta
I'm
male.
going
Two
to talk to my own
questions.
audience. Okay,
Beta.
So here's the thing.
Yo,
This dude
beta.
fucking sucks, bro. I knew this dude was gonna fucking suck. He sucks so much. He absolutely sucks. Certified fucking beta because he didn't want to answer these questions. Look, I mean, if the U.S. can take over 1/3 of Syria, then they can definitely just create a mutually beneficial regional government. Like, what is he saying? He's like, they don't want to create a mutually beneficial government. Exactly. They want to take the country over. Like, what are you saying, bro? I tried to push back. He's just being he won't, that's what I was going to ask him, and that's what I just said, but he won't answer. I'll just wait till he stops talking.
He hasn't muted.
God, I'm wrecking him so much right now.
Damn.
Absolutely wrecking. I'll unmute when he's done talking. Can you hear me?
Neither of us. Now that neither of us has gained, you can ask your questions.
Okay, so if the U.S. can take over 1/3 of the country, the resource-rich region of the country, with the help of these forces, why would they not be able to create a regional government?
Because Assad has stopped.
Thank you, my man Kurt. I don't want a country. I want big booty women. Oh man, I feel you, brother. I feel the pain. Trust me, I feel the pain.
Syria, and it would still be a part of Syria under a regional government. And
Well, yes,
also, let me just finish. Like,
how
yes,
regional
no, it would
governments
be.
work.
If it's a regional
That's not-
government under
that's
Syria, it
no,
still would
no.
be. But
That's
also,
not how you
why
don't
would
know-
he have? Why would he give up the resource-rich region? And why would he do any of that if he doesn't have to?
Okay, so the first thing is, if you look at the KRG, they have their own military. They have the Peshmerga. So
Which
and
is
the
U.S. backed.
Facts.
the Peshmerga, and
US
again,
backed.
I don't care if
Facts.
it's US back. That's fine for me. Okay, I don't care. I'm not. If you called me a bread tuber
BTF.
earlier, I'm not a bread tuber. Okay, I don't pretend to be a bread tuber. Okay.
Oh my god.
I don't need to live in the delusional world where U.S. bad all the time and act like a walking gray zone article. Okay.
So
I don't
why is the U.S. backing them?
The U.S. is backing them because we want the Iraq to be our ally, and because it's strategically beneficial.
Why
And
is it
we're backing
strategically
them-
beneficial?
It's strategically beneficial because we have interests against Iran,
And
and we don't like Iran. What do you mean? And
what you actually don't know what I'm referring to. Two things.
what's the other thing?
We're,
Tell me.
We're cutting off Syria from their vital resources, the resource-rich region of Syria, and we're stealing it. On top of that,
How by supporting the Peshmerga?
Yes.
no, by supporting the occupation of northeast Syria.
Yes.
Okay,
And also,
I don't care.
you don't care about that. That we've
I
gone
don't care
into a
because
sovereign country.
wait. Well, no.
and
The
stolen
reason I
their
don't
resources
care
and cut it
is
off from the
because
government. Okay, but
the
here's the
reason
other thing. Here's the other thing.
You gotta
It's
wait. You gotta
here's
let me
the other thing.
elaborate on that,
Here's
or
the
you're just
other
gonna make it
thing.
look like
Here's the
Satan,
other
okay?
thing. Okay, you can
Jesus.
elaborate. You can elaborate when I finish my second point.
Put him in his place,
Second thing
Jackson.
is that we're all doing it, and this is according again to the U.S. State Department. They said this in a statement. We're doing this in an effort to weaken Assad.
Damn.
Okay. The reason I don't care is because it is the people of northeastern Syria who are currently rebuilding their territory. This is the same reason the Spanish government doesn't like Catalonian independence.
Syria.
Is because
there's what? No, you said
well,
you were going to defend the
finish.
U.S.
You gotta let me finish.
You said you were going to defend the U.S. stealing their oil.
Okay, you gotta let me finish. You gotta let me finish.
Defend the point that you made.
The United. We are giving them money for the oil. You do know that, right?
We're stealing the oil from Syria.
Oil companies are giving money to the SDF and the SDC for the oil. That money is then being used by the government of northeastern Syria, whether you want to call it whatever you want.
Force,
let me finish.
not to Syria.
Okay, you're just muted.
Meaning
I don't care anymore. If you're not going to let me talk, I'll just mute you and I'll just talk. Okay. So we are buying the oil from northeastern Syria, and
we're
they
buying
are
it from an occupying force.
Rebuilding cities. They are
in the
rebuilding
occupying
territory.
In the occupying
they are trying to provide public services, and I believe
it's all
those
an
are the people who stand on that territory.
They wouldn't be able to do that if it wasn't.
Dylan's literally defending a fucking occupation. It's literally just an occupation, and he's romanticizing this occupation.
Interests, and the Catalonians have the majority of the resources. I held the same position for the Native Americans when it comes to the United States. When we were fighting our wars with them, even though they were standing on tons of resources, they should have been the ones who dictate what happened to those resources because they're the ones who live there.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
So when you say that we're paying for the resources, you said that we are paying the forces that are helping us occupy the region. We're not paying the Syrian government that resources.
No,
meaning
not the Syrian government. The SDC,
resources.
Yes. The SES, SDC, SDF.
I know, you dumb fuck. That's what I just said.
No,
we're
you
not
don't.
paying the Syrian government. We're not paying the Syrian government that money. So the Syrian people are losing their raw resources due to these occupying forces that wouldn't be able to be there without the help of the U.S. empire. And right? It's just going back into, it's being reinvested in the occupation. Now, again, I'm not entirely familiar with the makeup of the situation in Catalonia. Now, is Catalonia, this is a question for you, is Catalonia being entirely backed up and funded, their regional entity, are they completely backed and wouldn't be able to call themselves a regional entity and wouldn't be able to even, try to fight for, self-determination for their own land if it wasn't for a major imperial power?
Would it? It's hard to say.
That's
the
stupid.
Catalonian
You lost.
Independence movement has been long. It's been violent.
You lost.
But I don't think anyone's going to get involved in Spanish internal affairs unless there's a huge international backlash to some terrible thing to Spanish.
So what's your? Why did you use it as an example, Dylan?
I don't even know too much about that, and I just picked apart your fucking argument.
Wait,
it's not the same.
Wait, you don't know what you're. Okay, what happened? The problem is that I don't believe just because they have guns and they can shoot people and win that determines whether people should or shouldn't be independent. Right? I believe if Catalonians want to be independent, then they should be able to be independent, whether or not they have the military strength to do that.
But you're saying that in Syria, it's similar to you're saying in Syria, it's similar.
Oh my God.
In
How did I
Syria,
think of this before?
you said in Syria, it's similar
Assad
to Catalonia.
survived because of Iranian and Russian intervention. If
What's
it
your
wasn't
point?
because of the Russian and Iranian governments, the government would have collapsed.
So
do
what's
you
your
support
point?
that, or are you against that?
They're allies.
Here because I was trying to make my point because you got so butthurt when I interrupted you.
They're allies. So what?
In Syria, you said that it's similar to Catalonia, but in Syria, they are only there and only able to occupy and only able to steal those resources and pay them to the occupying forces because of the U.S. In Catalonia, it's much different.
Dylan sweating.
It's a completely, I would imagine an indigenous population that you could not prove is being backed by any imperial force. It's a very different situation.
So you're okay with the Russians and Iranians backing the government and their backing being the reason why they survive?
There's a difference between
You can't do anything about it.
Operation and backing an offensive imperialist
We
operation.
live in the U.S.
That the bombing by the Russian government of a bunch of hospitals.
Well, we live in the U.S. We can only control our own government.
Defensive, like those.
We are only responsible for our own country.
I mean, are you talking about in Syria?
Yes, they bombed multiple hospitals. In fact, a lot of people are
hospitals
fearful.
occupied by the white helmets.
Are you actually going to defend the bombing of hospitals in Syria?
Were they
Please don't do
occupied
this.
by the white helmets? Assad has
No.
done many things I disagree with, but
No,
were they
and who
occupied
cares
by the
if they
white
were
helmets?
occupied by the white helmets? It
Because
doesn't
the
change
white
the fact that
helmets
there were
is a-
civilians in those buildings.
Do you know who the white helmets are?
I don't care. I don't. Wait.
They're not
Listen,
civilians,
so-
Dylan.
You don't
They're
even
not
know.
civilians. That's
you
why I'm
support- wait,
asking.
they're not
in
just
many
white
cases-
helmets in there.
Dylan,
there's,
you concede.
There's civilians in those
Dylan,
hospitals.
Dylan, do you
oh my
concede?
God.
Dylan,
You're
do
a
you-
fucking war crime supporter. Jesus Christ, I
Dylan.
can't believe it.
Dylan, I know
Yeah?
you think this is a really good gotcha, but do you
Yeah, it
concede?
is.
Do you concede that in many cases, military forces in Syria have completely overtaken, gotten rid of civilians in certain territories and regions within Syria, and filled hospitals and schools with like military operations?
This has happened in also the Gaza Strip, yes.
This has happened in many countries. This is like a normal thing that happens.
So
Hence
would
why
you
I'm
have
asking:
supported-
are these hospitals controlled by?
These hospitals were confirmed to have civilian casualties after the fact. Russia doesn't even deny this.
Okay, then I oppose that.
So what's your point?
Okay,
That's war.
great. Because
It's a war.
If this was because if your thing is
But
No one's in favor of that, but that's a
Who is the
war.
aggressor? Who is the
Hamas.
aggressor?
It's a
here?
war.
Is it the covert forces that are
Bashar
being funded?
al-Assad is the aggressor because he's the
no,
one who.
no,
wait, let me
no,
finish.
no.
Let me finish. Let
No,
me finish. You gotta let me
no.
define. If you don't let me say,
Who funded the Syrian
let me
dirty
finish.
war?
Let
Who
me
funded the
finish.
Syrian
Let
dirty
me
war?
finish. Let me finish my statement, or you're never gonna get an answer. Okay? Bashar al-Assad began to shoot his people while they were protesting. This is nothing new. He did it in 2004 and he did it in 2011. And he has tortured children, done many things. The Syrian civil war started because the people started to rise up and then the parts of the Syrian army defected. Then international players and the United States, Saudi Arabia, America with Timber Sycamore and other stuff started to funnel what they wanted to
Dylan, BTFO.
right? But the Syrian civil war started, and then of course Assad got supported from Russia and Iran, and they boom, there's your Syrian civil war, and then
Defensive
ISIS
operations.
of course.
So who started the protests? Or who, I shouldn't say who started the protests, but who expanded the protests, funded covert PSYOP operations to the point where it reached the level it reached?
Those protesters were getting shot despite or in wait, are you saying we supported like we like what did we do to the protesters? What did we give them?
We did the same thing that we do here in the United States internally when we have discontent amongst popular groups. You have covert operations that take place that either promote or try to tear apart popular uprisings to foment regime change or to splinter groups.
What covert operation did we do? Wait, let me finish my question. You don't even know my question yet.
No,
okay?
You're going to talk about specifically relating to protests in the Middle East, I'd imagine.
Well, yes, but you didn't let me finish my question. What's my question about those protests, right? So are you alleging that before the protesters were shot, we were funneling like weapons and bombs and stuff in there through Timber Sycamore, and that Assad started like this is the second part, which I don't think you alleged, but the second part of my question would be, even if that was the case, is that okay then for Assad to mow down protesters? Because Russia and other governments have done similar things all over the world when it comes to like supporting protest movements against their opposition. But that doesn't mean that gives a red light to mow down protesters. You go and you try to do covert operations to deal with the international governments doing that. That doesn't mean you start shooting protesters.
Did you say in 2004?
Well, there was the 2004 Qamishli riots, and then there was the 2011 protests. 2004 has to do with northeastern Syria. That's why the Kurds don't
was Assad
trust
president in 2004? I don't think he was even
yes, he was.
during that.
Yes.
Was he?
Yes. I promise you he was.
No, you're right. So
Hafez al-Assad died in, I think, 2000.
So What I'm saying is that this is just, it's an objective fact. This is like a common tactic that's used by the U.S. through covert operations.
So
we bolster.
Show me the evidence of what I asked for.
We bolster propagandistic campaigns to try and tear apart either sovereign governments, democratically elected governments.
I acknowledge we do that. Now, show me evidence.
And Syria specifically?
Well, yes, that's what we're talking
You
about.
already acknowledged it. Why do you need to see evidence?
The white helmets.
Okay. So you're saying we were funding the white helmets before Assad started mowing them down?
That's
what I'm asking
is
about,
to
because that
whether
was
or
the
not
starting
Assad
point,
was
because
the
the
first
question-
person to start
Yes.
this or not. Well, okay,
Yes.
think about this. Think about this. If you have a force within your country that's being backed up by, fucking a U.S. empire that has obviously ulterior motives, which I don't think you would disagree with me on, then
We have many motives, yeah.
that stem far beyond providing humanitarian support for a just cause within a country. I would argue that's usually the least of our motives. That's the least important of our motives in any given intervention that we face or PSYOP operation we begin. So why is it you think
Tengi's rising.
the U.S. would be providing
Tengi's
support for these
rising.
groups? Why is it you think that the Obama administration, for example, would allow ISIS to run rampant within Syria? Why is it you think that we would do any of this sort of stuff? It all has a covert operation at the end in place, and it's. I mean,
I will answer all of your questions once you answer mine.
Ask your question again.
Okay, my question was, because we were trying to find out who's the aggressor, right? And Bashar al-Assad mowed down protesters, tortured protesters. This is nothing new. This is nothing disputed, okay? Now, you're alleging that we threw all this stuff at Syria. I don't doubt that to timber sycamore and multiple things, we have funded a lot of organizations in Syria that oppose Assad. We have done that clearly. My question to you is, you were like alleging that these protesters were like funded by the United States. And so I'm asking you,
backed by the United States.
Yeah,
Jackson
by the United
winning!
States. Wait, backed, not funded.
Funded would imply that there's a monetary transfer.
So if we said that we support those protesters, does that justify Bashar al-Assad mowing them down? Because China has said they have supported protests in the United States at some point. They said, hey, look at the BLM protests in the United States. That wouldn't justify us mowing down BLM protesters. That would be disgusting.
I would say that no, not necessarily. And I would also say that the U.S. doesn't really care about that, but they will they will take any opportunity given to strike upon that and sow discontent amongst the public. So for example, the U.S. killed
are rising
in our war there
to the stratosphere and beyond,
who are fighting against Bashar al-Assad and want to create their own sovereign government. No.
Okay, it's not 23. There's hundreds of thousands of people in northeastern Syria, but
no. I'm saying the amount of people that wasn't it like just over 20 that were killed in that initial.
Yeah. It was. What you're talking about? Are you talking about initially, or are you talking about 2011?
2004. Do you know directly whether or not like Bashar al-Assad gave the orders to kill those 23 people?
He did, and the reason why they got really angry is because they started tearing down statues of Hafez al-Assad, his father, and he saw this as a challenge to Israel. He gave the order to send in tanks. There were tanks there. He gave the order. Yes.
So did they shoot them with tanks or did they shoot them with guns?
Machine guns, but the tanks were the backup troops.
Okay, so again, they sent in. He ordered.
And
them
they
to
tortured
send in
children,
tanks.
by the
You're
way. You're
alleging that they had them send in tanks.
Well, I'm not alleging. I'm stating a fact. What do you mean? Are you challenging this? Wait.
No, this is your allegation that he sent in tanks. Did he? That's different than saying
an allegation to like say that America invaded France during World War. Yes,
you stated whatever. I don't fucking care.
Exactly.
So did he?
I care a lot about it.
So that's different. That's different than saying that he ordered those troops to fire upon them with machine guns. You have evidence for that?
Is that a real question?
Yes, I mean, in the same way that the U.S. is providing military armament for Taiwan, we're not explicitly saying that we want Taiwan to start firing upon China.
I actually do not know if he specifically said shoot the protesters.
So don't you think that would be important?
Let me finish.
Jackson winning!
While it might be an important detail, if I sent military troops into any part of my country where protests were happening against my rule, and they start shooting people, they shoot a decent amount of people.
Jackson winning!
is the estimate that is most widely cited.
Jackson winning!
They start shooting these people, and then they capture many and torture children, women, and men. Don't you think there should be some repercussions for that, or there should be something done? Because if it isn't, that is a tacit endorsement, and it's not hard to assume that when he sent them in there, the goal was to put down those protests because they were staring down statues of his father, who I'm assumed Assad has a nice view of daddy, and he saw this as a challenge to their rule.
I'm just saying that, yeah, I mean, sure, I don't support, like, indiscriminate ordered killings of civilians. I'm a leftist. I don't support that.
Very difficult to
say,
though.
What I'm saying is that that's very different than alleging that Bashar al-Assad directly ordered those killings and knew about it and wanted that to happen.
No. He knew that these happened. He just didn't care. He was like, this is fine. Whatever you need to do. He sent them in to do whatever was necessary.
It ain't your business.
To put down these protests.
It ain't your business.
He's dropped barrel bombs. He knows that barrel bombs have been used. He doesn't care. He's done multiple war crimes.
Ain't none of your business.
Dylan, come on. You know that so many of these allegations put forward surrounding barrel bombs, surrounding fucking hospital
you don't believe
bombings.
he dropped barrel bombs? Do you want to? And hospital bombings is a proven fact.
I know it's a fact, but it matters who's in the hospital, you dumb fuck. It matters
there were
who's
people
in the
hospital. There were civilians in the hospitals. There were civilians in the hospitals. If there was Hamas in a building and civilians in a building, that does not give the Israeli military the okay to destroy that building with all those civilians. I stand against that too, just like I stand against it here.
And I do too, but what I'm saying is, in the same way
Jackson winning!
Duma or with Ghouta, for example, you have allegations from the international
By the way, I can only go 15 more minutes.
That do
this
not
is almost 2
align
hours, and I need
with the facts on the ground.
He's retreating!
And there have been many entities that have disputed claims. Not all. For example, like breadline bombings, those haven't been disputed. But there have been many entities that have disputed some of these claims that you're putting forward as if they're statements of fact.
Okay, so first, I just want to say
Dylan retreating!
And we're gonna hit the 2 hour mark, and that's enough for me. I'm tapping out. I got to get back to my girlfriend who just came back from Portugal. I want to spend some time with her. So that's the first thing. But the second thing I'll say is,
ain't nobody care.
There have been many things disputed. There have been things that have been proven wrong.
Ain't nobody care about that.
Conflict, the active war zone, and everybody wants to make their side look good and the other side look as bad. So people are going to allege, for example, like when ISIS attacked cities, they would say we killed these many people, and then the other side would be like, you killed barely anybody. This happens all the time.
Jackson winning.
But the things I'm putting forward right now are things that are undisputed. I mean, even Assad. Wait. Let me finish. The barrel bomb claims have been proven by pictures. And the barrel bomb claims. Wait, let me finish. Assad has basically admitted to this on Russian television. He had an RT interview. It was about 2017, and he was asked by a Russian reporter working for RT, which is not like a very American imperialist source, I would say. And they asked him about the barrel bomb claim, and he said, basically, well, we use whatever weapons are necessary to win the war, and a bomb explodes. That's what it does. If I ask somebody, did you commit a murder, and they said, I used whatever force was necessary, that's an admission. That is an admission of guilt from the 2017 RT interview. Not to mention, this is there now. The question of how many barrel bombs have been dropped is certainly more disputed.
So what I'm saying is a lot of this stuff has been disputed that you're putting forward as objective fact.
What things
Dylan,
have I said that's being disputed?
Let me fucking finish. Jesus Christ! Every time I interrupt,
Jackson winning!
Bitch fit. Let me finish talking.
Let the beta in his place.
We need Jesus.
Betas know their place.
Every single time. Okay, there have been many disputed instances that have been alleged by the international community, which I have defended vociferously when there's evidence to back up these disputes, right? In the case of barrel bombs, I understand, right, that there have been barrel bombs that have been used in the Syrian civil war. There's also been torture that has taken place. There have been civilians that have been killed. This has happened on both sides. I don't condone any of it. The question is, who is engaged in more of this?
Barrel bombs? There's been barrel bombs dropped by rebels?
No. I'm saying as a whole, there's been torture, there's been crimes against civilians, there's been barrel bombs been dropped by Assad. By Russian planes too. I don't support that. Okay. I know you think I'm a fucking statist, but I don't support that.
No, I don't care if you're a statist. I'm a statist too. It just depends on what the government does.
Well, That's a whole nother argument. I mean, I would question. What
Thank you, Rightward. Appreciate you.
For, but at the end of the day,
Wait. Can we just be clear? Wait. When you say status, what do you mean?
At the end of the day,
that he's trying to pivot and waste time.
Because I'm in the middle. I'm in the middle of a fucking argument. So, at the end of the day, there's been a lot of disputed points surrounding the crimes that have happened. I still have unanswered questions that I've asked Syrian journalists about alleged war crimes that have been committed by Bashar al-Assad and evidence that has been brought forward by the international community, right? I still have questions that have gone unanswered by Syrian journalists I've reached out to and by people who've actually been on the ground, okay? But
thank you, Swish T. Appreciate you.
Here today is the United States and the UK who are fomenting a dirty war in the country that has brought about an untold amount of casualties, suffering, loss of life, and bloodshed for the Syrian people. Not to mention the fact that the U.S. is now occupying 1/3 of the country in the northeast, stealing their raw minerals, cutting off the Syrian government and the people from the profits of these raw minerals, and they also have indicated that Jolani, right, that's his name, the guy leading Hayat Tahrir al-Sham in the Idlib province as the de facto leader of the, I mean, that's the group he represented before he put on a suit and tie and the U.S. designated him as an asset in the region, right? You can't push back on that. And who is Hayat Tahrir al-Sham linked with? They are an Al-Qaeda, Al-Nusra rebranded organization. So I have no sympathy for the rebels. I have no sympathy for the White House. I have no sympathy for the extremists that are waging a war against the Syrian people and the Syrian government and who are occupying their land. You can look at these in isolated events, or you can look at it in the larger scope of what is happening in Syria, and you can understand that this is an all-out campaign to destabilize the country, topple Bashar al-Assad, and steal their raw minerals.
Okay, so the first thing one second, there was a few questions I had. Let me try to remember the first one. Damn, I think I forgot it. So whatever, I'll just ask this. So the first thing I would say is you have no sympathy for the rebels whatsoever.
Yeah.
Do you stand by that?
Yeah, no, I have no sympathy for the rebels.
Okay. So in 2011, the rebellion started.
What do you think the rebels are doing, Dylan?
You gotta.
What do you think the rebels are doing?
I didn't even get to start my statement.
Well, you're gonna list one time in which there was some war crime committed against them. But you have to understand the primary. What's the primary motive of the rebels?
Jackson,
what's the primary?
over me
Can you name
doesn't
it?
do anything.
Can you name it?
You gotta. I'm not going to.
Dylan lost.
So I can finish my statement.
Can you name it?
I'm not going to answer any
Can you
questions.
Dylan lost.
I'm not going to answer
motive?
any questions. I'm not going to answer any questions until I get to say my statement. I'm not going to answer it,
primary motive of the rebels?
Jackson, I can't answer it until I finish my statement.
What's the primary motive
I'll
of
answer
the
it later if you
rebels
just let me
trying
say
to
my.
topple
If you
Bashar
let
al-Assad?
me, if you
What's
let
the
me
primary
finish my
rebel of
statement,
Al-Qaeda,
if you
Al-Nusra,
let me finish
Hayat
my
Tahrir al-Sham?
statement,
What is the primary motive? What's the primary
tell you their motive.
Tell me.
I will tell you your motive if
Tell
you
me
let
now.
me finish my statement.
Tell
I want
me.
to finish my statement. I
Tell
never
me
got
now.
to say anything.
Tell me now, then do your statement.
You never. I'll just. Do you want me to just mute you again and
No,
do
tell
the
it to
thing
me.
again, or do you want me to say my statement first? This is
Utter
what
domination.
You want to just say my whole thing and answer your question, and then you don't get to hear me, or I'll say it now, my statement, and then I'll answer your questions. I never got to respond to anything you said. This is not how our conversation goes.
Sigma man leaves.
Hello?
Sigma man.
Jackson, I guess Jackson muted me.
Go for it.
Okay. I'm happy that you finished talking to your
Here we go.
So
I wasn't talking to them. I was waiting for you to go.
Damn.
Okay,
Sigma male.
So, my statement has to be that in 2011, when the rebellion started, there were many different people with many different interests. For example, the people who fled from the military, those were not people who were just all rank and file Islamists. Those were military defectors, unless you want to say Al-Qaeda had infiltrated deep into the Assad military, and that's where they all broke off.
They got bribed by the Gulf states.
A lot more moderate. What happened?
Bribed by the Gulf states.
Those people got fucking slaughtered long run. 2012, 2013, those people got destroyed. A lot of them were in territory that was first targeted by Assad first, and they were jostled out of power. And then post 2013 is when the more Islamist types who were fucking disgusting, like your Al-Nusras, your Hayat Tahrir al-Shams took over. And those organizations, I don't want to see them control Syria ever. They're disgusting Islamists and engage in terror tactics many times, right? And so my question would definitely be for the 2012-2011 period, where there were a lot more.
They were gone. They're
in
eliminated, Dylan.
In the defecting military.
Those people were gone by then.
The Syrian Arab Army are just a bunch of
They
terrorists.
didn't carry the civil war, dude.
Is what would you say about the 2011-2012 period when there was a diverse rebellion against Bashar al-Assad and the
Dude, you don't know what you're talking about.
Got involved. Would you have supported Bashar al-Assad being overthrown then if we could have had the more moderate wing take over?
I'm referring to the current rebels in Syria.
Okay, well I'm asking you a question.
Take my mail.
I'm talking about the rebels that are waging war crimes against civilians in Syria right now.
The rebels that Turkey supports, for example, in the Afrin region, which they took in a terrible barbaric operation, those are majority jihadists, which I do not like. And Turkey is doing terrible things there. And you will get no objections from me. I don't think Turkey should be even in NATO at this point. I will condemn Erdogan any day of the week.
What does that have to do with this?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
So I'm talking about the rebels in Syria right now.
Yes, and I just
want to say something?
Well, yes, I answered your question. I said I hate the jihadists. They're terrible. I hope they all lose, and I hope Erdogan stops with the support for those terror groups. And now my second question is, would you have supported the Syrian people in a successful overthrow in 2011, 2012, since the groups that were more dominant then were not?
Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. And I'll answer the question. But oh my God. You're literally reading this all off of Wikipedia right now. This is hilarious. This is hilarious.
I'm not.
Oh my God.
There's
no way,
this
bro.
Nothing.
You're literally on Wikipedia right now. Oh my God.
Jackson, this is the 2004 Community riots. Why are you going over Wikipedia? I know this. I've read about it. Okay.
Oh my
Daughters
God.
of Kobane. Look it up. I've read this before. I know about this.
That's hilarious.
I brought it up.
That's
I brought
hilarious.
it up.
That's
At that moment, Dylan lost the debate.
Why are you so disingenuous?
At that point in time, the Obama administration
Wikipedia Andy
moved forward with an explicit policy.
Is that where he got caught? He got exposed. It was on Wikipedia the whole time. It was on Wikipedia the whole time. We got exposed.
To run rampant within Syria and destabilize the Syrian government. It means that they could have.
Man, he took the L.
Their forces, either proxy or their own forces, with
Dylan just took the L, major L,
to try
major
to stop
L.
ISIS from gaining more military control of the Syrian country. Right?
Okay. Major L. He just took.
He admitted this. He said
he just took a major L.
Obama administration.
Super L.
Middle of the Obama administration.
Super L.
ISIS to.
Super
I
L.
don't remember his exact.
Can you send me a source? I just want to read it.
Yeah. It was. I can play the audio, but I can also just send it to you.
Just send it to me.
I've actually tweeted this out multiple times. It's a crazy clip, regardless of what your take is on Syria. It's John Kerry admitting that. Okay, here's what he said, and I'll send it to you. The Obama administration was watching ISIS grow in strength in Syria, and that they were. And then this is me paraphrasing. They were going to paraphrasing because I don't have the rest of the quote right in front of me because it's audio and I'm reading a portion of the quote right now. They thought that Russia was going to potentially stop them quicker than they did, and it ended up being that Russia had to come in and actually intervene more so in the country to try and save the country from these ISIS militants. I encourage you to listen to the clip. It's really interesting.
Okay. Can you send it to me then?
Yes.
Okay. Would you also acknowledge that the majority of ISIS defeats in Syria and the fighting that ISIS had to go through was fighting American-backed proxies?
That ISIS was fighting American-backed proxies?
Yes.
Wikipedia Andy!
The vast majority of casualties against ISIS, they did the vast majority of attacking and taking back ISIS's territory. They took their capital. I mean, it's undisputable.
Oh my God, I didn't know that. I would say that it's directly relevant to U.S. backing of these extremist groups, which also had other ulterior motives that do not allow
Wikipedia
protect
Andy!
Syrian sovereignty.
Okay. So this
But
is
also-
a link. Wait. This is a link to your
I'd
tweet.
be remiss to point out if, like Russia and the Syrian forces and the PMF also didn't suffer many casualties in fighting against ISIS.
Oh, of course. The PMFs definitely fought ISIS, even though the PMFs were mostly in Iraq. We're talking more about Syria at the moment. The majority of fighting against ISIS was done by the SDF. So if the idea was ISIS is going to depose Bashar al-Assad and we're going to have and that's going to do all that work, why did we fight ISIS the most in Syria?
Because we were so John Kerry in that clip I just sent you.
Yes, could you send me the original source and not one of your tweets, please?
I mean, that is the original source. You can hear his voice in there.
If your tweet's the original source, I just want to know where you got this from.
Listen to. I got it from. I think I got it from a YouTube video. It may have been. Do you know who the New Atlas is? I think it may have been one of his videos actually. But this is. I mean, it's John Kerry's voice. No one has ever disputed that.
Okay, because I just like original sources. Because they didn't want a Daesh government. And
BTFO!
And we know that was growing. We were watching. We saw the Daesh was growing in strength, and we thought Assad was threatened. We thought, however, we could probably manage, that Assad might then negotiate. Instead of negotiating, you've got Assad and you've got Putin supporting him.
Yes.
Okay. So you're saying that the United States could have jumped in and got involved to fight ISIS, right? But didn't because we wanted ISIS to depose Assad, right? That's what you're alleging that John Kerry said, correct?
So that was during a different period in which it was isolated from when we were backing the proxies that were the extremist proxies that were fighting against ISIS and trying to destabilize.
But we started Operation Inherent Resolve, at least the groundwork for it in 2013 in the Battle of Kobane, when we dropped the YPG.
These are the final hours of Dylan Burns.
Got involved with airstrikes, and
he will never recover from this L.
Peshmerga fighters to move in.
He will never recover from this L.
YPG at the time, fight, and the early remnants of the YPG, and so. That was in 2013. The uprising started in 2011, and ISIS was still gaining territory. In fact, most of the world thought Kobani was going to fall. Erdogan famously said,
must go?
Don't worry, no matter what the Americans would do, Kobani will fall.
Who must go?
Amazing show that they saw what happened in Sinjar and didn't want it to happen in Kobani. So my question would be, if that's the case, if that was the plan, it was still happening. Why did we stop it then?
Why did we stop what?
Why did we stop ISIS continue to grow in Syria? We stopped that.
Tankies are rising
United States
at a rapid pace.
Regions in which ISIS was gaining a stronghold. We eventually realized that it would be more effective rather than letting ISIS run rampant across the country, gain more territorial control, destabilize Bashar al-Assad. We thought it would be more beneficial if we took the current approach, if we backed these proxies in the region, took over a third of the country, also took over the Idlib
They used to think
and decided to steal the resources on our own and reinvest the profits into the occupied.
We're a marginal force.
So that was before we started.
But now
the proxy forces.
You are rising.
This says he was speaking in September of 2016.
They fear
started
us.
Operation Inherent
No.
Across Twitch.
Yes, he was speaking in December of 2016, but he's
they are trembling
to a much earlier point
before our name.
Before that wouldn't even make any sense.
Yes.
Why would the Obama?
We are winning every single debate.
Let me finish because that doesn't make any sense.
We are in.
Then he was secretly recording
one by one.
then, but it wouldn't make any sense for him
We
to
conquer the debate
on a period that happened in the future or prior to the point in which the U.S. was providing support for these extremist groups that were fighting ISIS on the ground. That would make absolutely zero sense.
The problem with this statement is what this
There's
is
no
statement.
problem. It's him saying.
Let me finish. Let me finish because you're alleging that this shows that we were just letting ISIS
The defeat
free
of Dylan Burns
and the reason why
is upon us.
Contradictory policy immediately afterwards. I mean,
They could not envision
2 years. So you're saying we did a complete 180 in 2 years, right?
that we would
What
rise
this is supposed to say is that the American government thought that the chaos
to the very top of which
the country would basically cause him to have to negotiate, that he wouldn't have any options due to rebellions, his government defecting, and ISIS, another terror group, gaining ground, which that is usually how governments fall, is that their government falls apart, the country falls apart, and then they have no option to negotiate or flee the country. And so this is John Kerry basically saying that, like, we thought that ISIS and all these terror groups were going to basically, and the rebels, were going to tear across the countryside and force them to negotiate. That didn't end up happening. But literally 2 years later, we were fighting ISIS in the countryside in Operation Inherent Resolve. And so you need more evidence in this to suggest that our plan was to let, like, ISIS depose Assad when we just thought it was like all the governments.
I mean, you're nitpicking the statement here, so let me just read it out for you in full.
Because it's very important.
He says, this is the former Secretary of State. Yes, U.S. foreign policy absolutely makes no fucking sense. I agree. But this is exactly what he said. He said...
Yeah, it's a grand conspiracy, but it makes no sense.
No, I mean, this is what he's alleging. He's saying right here that this is what the Obama administration did. Daesh refers to ISIS. I'm sure you understand that, but I don't know if everyone in my chat and your chat does. Daesh was threatening the possibility of going to Damascus, which we all know is like the major city in Syria, which would have been absolutely horrendous. That's why Russia came in, because they didn't want a Daesh government, and they supported Assad. And we know this was growing, referring to Daesh. We were watching. We saw that Daesh was growing in strength, and we thought Assad was threatened. And then he goes on to say, we thought, however, we could probably manage, that Assad might then negotiate. Instead of negotiating, you've got Assad and you've got Putin supporting him. Meaning that the strategy, this is why they did this, because John Kerry admits that the strategy of allowing this extremist group to try and run rampant across the country...
Is his words or your words?
Okay, I'll use his words, Dylan. Grow in strength, and was willing to go into Damascus. That's a pretty appropriate,
Yes.
That I would say, run rampant across the country is kind of similar to saying
yes.
that. Okay?
So
let me finish. He acknowledged
Jackson is obliterating him!
Method of getting Assad to negotiate. Negotiate for what? Any of the things that they're currently doing. Probably. I'm speculating, but that's probably what, because the ends haven't changed, but the means have. So he said that we saw Daesh growing, they were growing in strength, and they were planning to go into Damascus, and we thought that we would be able to manage the situation by Assad negotiating with us, but that didn't happen, and Russia came in to support forces on the ground that would counter ISIS. Therefore, the U.S. had no option but to change their means, their course of action in Syria to support these extremist groups, overtake ISIS, and occupy the land, which is what they're currently doing in the Idlib province and in the northeast of Syria.
Okay, so first, there's two things I want to say here. The first thing I would say is, if this is what John Kerry said, John Kerry is not that.
It is what John Kerry said.
Now, okay, so the problem is, the first thing is I have a problem with what John Kerry said. I disagree with John Kerry. The idea that Russia...
Use the Secretary of State. Why do you disagree? You need to be more specific.
Well, I'm about to say why I disagree with John Kerry, if you let me finish my statement. Okay. So, the reason I disagree is that it was proven immediately when the Russians got involved that their main goal was not to fight ISIS. They said that publicly, but what they immediately started doing was bombing rebel strongholds, right? They bombed rebel strongholds. The majority of their bombs hit rebel strongholds. So if their priority was to fight ISIS, like the Russian government said and John Kerry said, why was it that they immediately targeted the rebels, not ISIS?
When you say immediately, when are you referring to?
Like right when they get into the country and start bombing campaigns, because that's the main way that they supported them militarily.
So what were they doing before they got into the country?
They were supporting Assad through other means.
I think I misunderstood you.
Okay.
You're not alleging that the U.S. Who are you saying they?
The Russians.
Okay, so what was the U.S. doing before they started supporting these extremist groups?
We were saying the protesters good. Like, what do you mean? Are you talking about before Timber Sycamore? Because Timber Sycamore,
I'm specifically referring to the point that you haven't been able to refute yet, that John Kerry said this and that he was.
I never said he didn't say this. I just asked for the evidence.
This is the evidence. It was recorded.
Yes, and now I'm talking about the quote with you.
There's a reason why. There's a reason why.
Dude.
There's nothing about the U.S. providing direct open pathways for ISIS to run rampant, or as you put it,
So,
as you want
what
me to
you're
put it,
saying
grow in
is-
strength
but
and
this
take
is
over
a- this is
Damascus.
John
But
Kerry.
we do have evidence of Israel, who is our close ally, providing direct support for ISIS and Daesh, and providing medical support and providing strategic support. But we also have this evidence, this audio clipping. This is evidence from the former Secretary of State claiming that prior to launching these, these proxy extremist missions in the country to occupy regions of the country, which only had to have happened because Russia came in and helped Assad defend the country from ISIS. This was the preferred method, the preferred.
This will be my wife.
Okay, so you didn't engage with anything I said. So
You
what I-
didn't
listen.
engage.
No, listen.
Dylan
Listen. to what I'm
Moses!
You did.
You gotta listen if you're going.
Tell me
just
where
because
I'm
you
wrong.
have
Tell me where
multiple-
John Kerry's wrong. You haven't done that.
I did. I said that if John Kerry thought that the Russians were going to get involved, to
Guys,
then
chill with that.
ISIS, why is
Chill
it
with
when they
that.
got involved?
Okay?
They then fought the rebels primarily.
That who fought the rebels?
The Russians.
Because the U.S. didn't think
Chill with that.
that Russia was going to get involved.
Yes.
They thought
so
that.
that's why I'm saying I disagree with John Kerry. Because he was wrong about. He was
No.
factually wrong.
No,
he was
so,
factually
yes,
wrong about the Russians.
U.S. made an assessment. They thought that
Yes.
they were going to be able to get
Jackson
come
wins!
out of this. They thought that it was going to be,
Dylan
it was going to be that
Moses!
ISIS forced Assad to negotiate with
ISIS?
the U.S. to come and provide some form or another of strategic support.
Thank you,
that's-
Liquid
okay,
Richard.
you don't-
So
you
we
don't
did
have
it
evidence of
anyways,
that.
and we
You don't
occupied
have
the
evidence of
land.
what you just said. Now you're making more claims that are not true. You don't have. Okay, you
No,
have evidence.
you claim
Wait,
to
wait,
be
let me
a
finish.
foreign
Let me
policy
finish. Let me
advisor,
finish.
and you don't
just said-
understand
no,
the basic tenements of what was happening
again,
in
I don't
Syria.
claim
You
to be.
don't
Blow the
understand
fuck
what's
out.
happening in Syria.
Damn.
You don't
Woo!
understand what's happening.
You don't.
with
You
these
don't
extremist
understand
groups.
anything
You
about
don't
Syria.
understand
You
that
come
the US
here
even
and
occupying
make
the
claims.
country.
Dylan's getting
You're
mad.
not
Stealing
understanding
their
the history of
wheat.
Syria.
Feel a little
You
mad.
didn't
The
know
US
about
is
the Commission
stealing
rights.
those
You didn't
raw
even
minerals
know
from
that
the country.
Bashar al-Assad
It
was
looks like
even
Dylan's a
leader
little
of
mad
the
to
party.
me.
The person
don't
that
know
you even claim to
anything.
be an
You
advisor
look a little
for,
mad
Michaela
to
Wilkes,
me.
Gotta let me
Michaela
finish.
Wilkes, she even holds differing policy viewpoints
Yes,
than you do
and
on
I help-
Syria.
yes,
because
that's
you
okay.
have such
Wait,
incredible
no, wait,
imperialist brain rot.
Back
You
up.
look mad.
You don't
Back
understand
up.
that
You
you
don't
are
know.
incredibly wrong.
You
I know
just
I offended
lied.
you. I know
You
I
lied
offended you
again.
because that's like the
You
one
lied
label that
again.
you tout
Stop.
around and claim as if you were
Please,
someone who should
back
be
off.
trusted
Listen,
with public
okay?
information and public
Praise
narratives.
Jesus,
But you're actually
hallelujah.
wrong on
This
this.
boy needs to
You're
be
wrong on a lot of
saved.
issues. You're wrong on
This
Somalia,
boy
you're
needs
wrong
to
on
be saved.
Syria.
You haven't
You're wrong
Beta.
on tons of
anything.
issues. The
My
U.S.
God,
does
listen
not
to him go.
have
He's like a
a
wine
Beta.
store.
humanitarian
Energizer
mission
bunny. Just
in
keep
Syria
going.
at the moment. They do not have a
Da-da-da.
just
Beta.
They're stealing
Da-da-da.
Syrian
Da-da-da.
oil. They're
Da-da-da.
stealing Syrian wheat,
Da-da-da.
and they're occupying the
Beta.
land, and
Keeps
they're
going.
backing these
He just
extremist
never
forces.
stops.
If you want to back
Okay,
that,
just
you're
mute him.
supporting
Beta.
the U.S.
Okay,
empire
we're just gonna
backing
wait
extremist
until he's done
militias
doing this
who have
little, like,
tortured
shindig,
civilians and are
done
stealing Syrian
whining,
oil
and
and
then
creating
we'll
balkanized
unmute,
states.
and then we'll talk to him again. Okay. Is he done yet? I don't know. If he's done.
Beta.
He's still going.
Dylan's
Number
a
one,
beta.
I know Michaela Wilkes doesn't disagree with
Beta.
me on that because
She does.
I wrote the press statement that she released on Syria.
She does.
I wrote the press
She
statement.
does. Go look at her website right now. It's different. He was a former foreign policy
yeah,
advisor.
and guess what? And I
It's
don't
different
agree,
now.
and I don't work for her now.
It's
so when she
different.
worked for me, she took my advice.
She chose that your statement was such brain rot that she had no other choice but to alter her position.
You know
because
that? You
are
talked to her
objectively
about that?
wrong. You are
Damn.
objectively
Call
wrong.
her. I can call her
You
right
are
now.
objectively wrong.
You know how bad it would look if I called her right now and she told me she agreed with me?
She agreed with you, but does she agree with you
I
now?
can call her. Yeah,
Does she
you want me
agree
to call
with
her
you
right now?
No,
I can call her.
I don't want to bother her, but she doesn't agree with you now.
Oh, okay. You know
What
what?
are they
bother
talking
her.
about?
She's okay because she
No,
wouldn't
do
take
you,
the
do
time.
you,
She's
do
a
you
very lovely
concede-
woman.
Dylan, do you
She's a
concede
very
that
lovely
she
woman.
doesn't agree with you now?
I don't care.
That's because
But let me
she
talk to her
doesn't
because the
agree
thing is,
with
I
you
don't even
now.
know.
She
And
has
who
a
cares?
different opinion on this because
she
you
got a
have
worse
Who are they
such
fighting
a
over
realistic-
again?
That's not
and
even
Michaela
true.
Wilkes is
Oh
a
my
true
God.
anti.
Who are they
Why
fighting
is it-
over?
this
She is a
doesn't- this
true
doesn't even matter.
anti-imperialist. She
This
does
doesn't
not
matter.
support U.S. warmongering or psyop
This
operations in
doesn't
Syria.
matter.
She is a true
This doesn't
anti-imperialist,
matter.
and she doesn't
This
agree with your
doesn't-
dog
okay,
shit
I'm gonna
opinion
call
on
her.
Syria.
They're not
Doesn't
talking.
agree with your
They are
opinion
not
on
talking
Syria.
about AOC.
I can call her right now.
She does not agree with your current
You don't
opinion
want
on
me to call her.
Syria.
Why don't you want me to call her?
She doesn't agree with your current opinion on Syria.
Want me to call her and I can ask her?
I can look at her own website. I've done it.
Okay. Well, you have a nice.
Who are they talking about?
Past the 2 hour
I
mark for
accept
me.
your
I gave
defeat.
you an extra 12 minutes.
You fucking
What do you mean?
imperialist shitlib. I accept your defeat.
Wait, can I ask you one last question?
Infrared is rising.
Okay,
Tankies
let me ask
are rising.
You, why are you funded by
Communists are
pro-Assad
rising,
lobby groups? Why are you funded by
Anti-imperialists are
pro-Assad
rising.
lobby groups? You're
Marxist
funded by
Leninists are
pro-Assad
rising.
You
Shitlibs are falling.
accepted an award
The
named
imperialist
after
shitlibs
anti-Semites.
are falling.
Named
Victory!
after anti-Semites.
Are falling.
You accepted an award
The
made by
anti-imperialists
anti-Semites.
are
Made by
rising.
anti-Semites, and you
Infrared is
accepted it.
rising.
You are funded by pro-Assad lobby groups. You accepted their money.
Imperialists
You
are
accepted
falling to
accepted
record
their
lows.
award.
One in the chat.
You
If
accepted
tankies are
funding.
rising.
What's in the chat?
So fucking
if tankies
stupid.
are rising.
What's
I
in
see
the chat?
only ones in the
Stupid.
chat. Only
Wow, look
ones
at
in
your
the
chat.
chat.
Your chat
Only
agrees
ones in the
with you.
chat. Tankies are rising.
Okay,
RedTube imperialist
chat,
shitlibs are
spam Omegalo
falling.
if this man
I see
needs
only
One's
Jesus.
ones in the
faster than
chat.
we can
Spam Omegalo
count.
if he
You
needs
can't even
Jesus.
count all these ones.
He
Only ones
needs
in the
Jesus
chat.
Christ.
Only ones in the chat.
Look at him.
I see
All of them
only
thinking
ones in the
Jesus.
chat.
I'll
I see
convert you.
only ones in
I
the
know a
chat.
pastor who
I
can
see
convert you
only
and
ones
bring
in
you
the
to
chat.
God.
We only
I
see
only
ones in this
in the
chat.
Jesus
I see only
ate
ones
We
in the
only
chat.
see ones in this chat.
Tankies are
from his
rising.
damnation.
Infrared is
From his
rising.
damnation.
Infrared is
from
rising.
his damnation. Oh, amen. Jesus Christ.
All right,
save
Dylan.
this boy from his damnation. Save him from his ways, from his pro-Assad lobby group money taken as he takes awards from anti-Semitic
Thank you
awards.
for all the follows.
Oh boy, he loves
Thank
it.
you for the
He loves
subscribes.
that pro-Assad.
Thank you for the follows.
Pro-Assad lobby group.
I'm so
But
glad
why'd
you guys
take
are all
that Assad
leaving
money?
the
Why'd you take the
imperialist
Assad
audience
money?
and coming
Why'd you take
to
the
left.
Assad money?
I'm
Why'd you take
so
the Assad
glad
money?
that
Why
we
did
Let
you
me
are
have
take
some
the
winning.
Assad money.
I'm
Why did you
so
take the
glad
Assad
Hey,
money?
let me have some Assad money too.
Why'd you take
War.
the Assad money?
I'm so
Why'd you take the
glad
Assad money?
that we
Why'd you
are
take the Assad
winning
money?
this
Why'd you take the
information
Assad
war
money?
against the
Why'd you take the
imperialists.
Assad money?
I'm
Why'd you take
so
the Assad
glad.
money? Why'd you take the
Infrared
Assad
is
money?
rising.
Why'd you take the
Tankies
Assad
are
money?
rising.
Why'd you
Jackson
take the award
rising.
from an award
And we
funded
are
by
winning.
pro-Assad lobby groups,
Dylan.
and it's named
Dylan, I accept his defeat. He's muted at the moment. I accept his defeat kindly. He's got white dribble coming out of his lip right now. Look at that. Do you see the white dribble coming out of his lip right now? He's yelling so incessantly that he literally has white dribble coming out of his fucking lip because he has lost it. Folks, the anti-imperialists are winning. The tankies are rising. Infrared is rising. The Marxist-Leninists are rising.
Winner
It's the
POV.
most beautiful thing, I think.
Winner POV.
I'm so excited for what the future holds for all of us. And look at this kid. Do you really want
Look
to
at it.
associate with someone like this? He got so mad when I brought up Michaela Wilkes.
He mad as
He got
hell.
so mad when I brought that up because she doesn't agree with his Syria policy anymore.
Hey, roll down the
He got so
window.
mad about
He's
that.
like banging on the window in the
got so
car.
mad.
Roll down. Hey, hey.
He's mauled. Yes. This is what happens when you get challenged by a true anti-imperialist, right? This is what happens when you get challenged by a true
Look at this guy.
anti-imperialist. Is this who you want on your side?
Oh
This is
man.
not who you
Look
want
at
on
this
your
dude.
side. This is the
He's
face
losing
of a
so
hateful,
bad.
bigoted imperialist who supports U.S. exceptionalism
Damn.
and wants to
But he
wage
left.
war across the world
He left.
and all of its people, all of its oppressed people.
B
Yet we here,
T
we want
F
nothing more
O.
than to stand up for human rights,
He left.
decency,
He lost.
in a new multipolar system.
Absolutely.
That's all we want.
BTFO.
That's all we want. We want peace. This community is a peace-loving community.
Absolutely BTFO.
That's all we want.
Jackson is rising.
All we want is peace. Tankies are rising. He had white dribble coming from out of his lip. I want to see ones in the chat if you think I fucking absolutely obliterated that debate. I want to see ones in the
Ones
chat.
in the chat. Let's see the ones in the chat.
This is our moment, folks. This is our moment. There's nothing just about war. There's nothing just about intervention. There's nothing just about
Let's see those
creating
ones.
organized nations in Syria, in Taiwan, in Niger, in Somalia, in any Latin American
tank is
country,
winning.
Bolivia,
The tank is
Peru,
winning.
Chile. In Chile right now, the number one candidate is a communist candidate. Why? Because communism is rising. Marxist-Leninist ideology is rising.
Victory!
There's a reason why.
Victory! Tanky's winning every day. Every day we taking W's, we never take L's. Never taking one L.
Such as the Communist Manifesto have
Tanky's
lasted
winning
throughout the ages. There's a reason why state and revolution has lasted throughout the ages. And there is a reason why imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism, has been able to stand against the test of time and combat all odds, all shitlibs, all imperialists, and reign supreme. It's because we are winning. It's because we are rising. It's because shitlibs like Dylan Burns and Vaush'S and all of those other fucks, Hassan Piker, have no ground to stand on.
Victory!
The anti-imperialists will win. We are entering a new dawn, a new age,
Victory!
a new day. And they are crumbling from within. I showed you on the stream earlier.
Tanky's rising!
That PanTube is eating itself alive. They are crumbling from within. They are countering their own narratives, and they are coming to the Marxist, Leninist, anti-imperialist, and patriotic left. Nothing can stop us. Nothing can stop us. This is my first week on Twitch, kind of. And we are already proving that we are unstoppable.
Undefeated!
I want to ask Dylan, how many viewers did you have during your first week on Twitch?
Undefeated!
We're getting close to 300 members. 300 members. On YouTube, we have 1,000.
Undefeated!
The Tankies are rising. And we must win. You cannot humanize war. Yes, I do have a DSA patch, and I asked people multiple times this stream to send me a communist patch, because this patch is absolutely disgusting to me. Send me a fucking communist patch. This is 2¼ inches wide. Send me a communist patch. Please. Please. I will plug an address you can send it to in the chat for my mail. Give me 1 second.
The Tankies are rising. We are taking over the game.
Nothing can bring us down. The information cannot be challenged. The information cannot be refuted because it is purely factual.
The tanks are rolling. The tanks are rolling. And
I
they're
could
mowing
turn off
everybody
right now, I
down in
would.
our way. Tanks rolling. Mowing down everybody in our way. We are nomads
But I'll tell
of
you
the
what I
steppe.
can do.
We're roaming the earth.
I can absolutely obliterate.
We're an
shit-lib
earthly
imperialists
people.
Like Dylan Burns. Fuck the shirt. I'm not wearing this shirt till I get a fucking
An
communist
earthly
patch on it.
people.
We will not lose. We will not lose.
We will not lose.
We cannot lose. We cannot lose.
I'm scared of what the other guy's gonna do. Hold up. I'm kind of
There's
scared.
no
about
losing,
it.
folks.
Yeah, I think
It's
I
not
kinda
going to
scared.
happen today. It's not going to happen tomorrow. It's not going to happen next week. It is never going to happen again. The revolution will not end here, but I thank you all for tuning in. I thank you all for watching. Thank you for being here.
Tankies are rising. All right. Let me tell y'all something. Let me give my fair assessment of the debate. I'm neutral assessment of
Motherfucker
the
had
debate.
to read off of Wikipedia to debate me. He had to do what Vaush'S had to do.
Neutral assessment of the debate. Ready?
On propagandistic.
I'm going to give a neutral assessment of the debate as a neutral party. Dylan got absolutely blown the fuck out. Period.
Challenge that without the help of Wikipedia. No one. Not a single soul. I'm gonna
Let's
go
call
smoke a
Jackson.
joint. I'll catch you guys later. Maybe there's a shot I go live on YouTube today. Thank you for tuning in. I love you. and
Hold
I'll
up.
see you tomorrow.
Oh,
This
he's
is
leaving.
the start of a new dawn, a new era. And a new
Thank you, Chris Morlock, with the 10. Thank you so much,
I
man.
just want to say thank you for being here.
Appreciate you, Chris
and,
Morlock.
Know that you are part of history. Peace out.
He didn't answer. That's okay. He's busy. We'll catch up with him next time. So let me give my fair assessment of that debate. Thank you, Farrakhan. Appreciate you. I got a fair assessment of the debate. I'm, neutral. No bias. Just a neutral assessment of the debate. So Dylan got absolutely destroyed by Jackson. There was zero competition. Zero. It's not. Thank you, Converse. It's not even comparable. It's not even comparable. And all of you political Twitch people and DGG are, I'm so worried about the rise of tankies on Twitch. You should be worried. You should be worried. Because we are here. We're not going anywhere. And we are fucking rising. Absolute victory, fatality. It wasn't even close. It wasn't even close. It wasn't even close. It was not even close. It was not even close. As far as who won, it was not even a question of who won. There was not even a chance that Dylan could have won that. He didn't even know what he was walking into. He had to use Wikipedia the whole time. He didn't even know what he was walking into. Okay, I'm going to blow my nose, guys. We're going to be back. And we're going to cover the pathetic rightward turn of Vaush. Give me a sec. Hey, I had some shit stuck in my nose. My bad, I had some shit stuck in my nose. We about to cover this shit. Oh, Jackson called back? Oh, no, he didn't call back. Y'all, listen. Let me tell you the title. I didn't watch this video yet. Let me show you the title is Renters should be penalized for property damage and evictions half to be legal. We're going to push Biden left, right? We're going to push Biden left. And not the reverse, right? It's not like Vaush is getting pushed right. It's that Biden is getting pushed left, right? Sweet, thank you, sweet acid. And by the way, this is an anarchist. This guy's an anarchist. Y'all know that, right? He's an anarchist. Real anarchist hours. These are some real libertarian anarchist hours.
Evictions be legal? Yeah, evictions have to be legal. There should just be strong protections for tenants. If evictions aren't legal, like how would you even? Wait, could you just live there forever? I know the meme leftist answer is yes, but you know my
what is he talking about? What? What the fuck is he talking about? Thank you, Kit Kat.
Kitty Cat 96 donated $3. Oz, you look exactly like Saif Ali Khan. Please look them up and you will 100%.
Thank you for the 3. Let me see what you're saying. It better be good. The hell? Bruh, this what I look like? This how you gotta do me? Do I really look like this? So this what I look like, huh? I have this every time it fucking falls. It always falls over. It always falls over. It always fucking falls over. It always fucking falls over. It always slips and fucking falls. And I don't even know how. That's the thing. I don't even fucking know how. How does it fall? I don't even fucking know how it falls. Alright. Let's watch this.
My thoughts on rent have changed a lot with time.
Okay. He said, yeah, of course I support evictions. What is the significance of saying that in the current context of fucking rent moratorium? A lot of uncertainty. Like, why would you say that? It's such a stupid fucking thing to say.
The standard leftist answer to everything relating to...
I thought housing is something that should be guaranteed. You're gonna throw people on the street? I mean, you're the anarchist. So I don't know where you're coming from with this. You're an anarchist, and yet you think you believe in evictions? What?
Like rent and land ownership is that landlords should be abolished or whatever, and I'm fine with the decommodification of housing. I do think there's something fundamentally useful about being able to live in a place without owning it, you know? And if you don't own it, but you live there, somebody else owns it. I imagine...
What? So it's a landlord?
I imagine that would be the state, but yeah, I think that's fine, you know?
What? What is he talking about? That's how you own it.
I think that's important. And somebody needs to be able to, like, hold you accountable for that, too, you know? Because imagine a world where, you can rent out housing from the state or whatever, but, like, there's no monetary penalty or cost associated. Like, couldn't people just fuck up houses right when they leave? Like, how fucked would that be? Like, imagine...
What? What is he... What? Vaush is basically just trying to justify the current world through an abstract scenario that will never come to pass.
Imagine being scheduled to move into, like, some state housing and the last person there, like, just pissed all over everything on the way out. People do that, though? Yeah, but if people do that, it's like, the property manager cleans it up usually.
He's literally just replacing the landlord with the state. It's the same scenario. He's literally just justifying the current status quo.
Just arrest them? Well, sure, but arresting is even higher than a fine in terms of the negative invocation of state power. Yeah. There are just nice things about renting, you know? Like, who the fuck wants to own land? Oh my god.
This is the most stupid fucking take I've ever heard in my life. This is we're reaching stratospheric levels of fucking stupidity here. Who the fuck wants to own land? I don't know. Dignified human beings who want to raise families? The fuck? Why? So the left is coming out with the take that renting is good. Renting is good. Renting, something we all fucking hate having to do, is good. And owning land is bad. Being able to literally just own it is worse than having to rent and have so much of your fucking hard-earned sweat and labor used to fucking pay rent. What a stupid fucking thing to say. Isn't all land publicly owned in China? Yeah, it's owned by the people. They own it in a specific way. Individuals don't own it, but the people own the fucking land. Should land be publicly owned or private? It's a false dichotomy. The land should belong to the people in the form of small plots and small parcels that people have certain rights to. They're not renting it.
The effort involved. Jesus Christ. God. Imagine having that much of your wealth sunk into a physical space.
Yeah, imagine having some measure of security for your family and your children. What a horrible fucking idea. They're trying to ratio Jackson on Twitter. We're not going to let that happen. What's going on with that? Let's see. Who's trying to ratio him? Jackson? Who's trying to ratio him? Where's the ratio? Which ratio? Who's trying to ratio what? Yeah, give us a link. In the replies, he's not getting ratioed. He's doing fine. Here, I'll retweet it. He's doing fine. He's doing just fine. I don't know what you're talking about.
I get it. There's good to owning land and everything, but there's also value in being able to shift around. This is a very weird champ take. The land thing?
This is the most stupid shit I ever heard.
Or the shifting around thing. It is important to be able to move, I think, you know. Like, imagine if you moved fairly often, like every 3 years, and every time you'd have to, like, find a person to sell the house to. Weird stuff, yeah. I don't know about that.
Yeah, no. I mean, it's called having a fucking solid foundation. You have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. This is the dumbest shit I ever heard. Like, there's internal migration within China, but you still have land. Even in China, you have land back home. When you move to cities and lived in those cities, you still have land back home. You're not fucking homeless like in America where you have nothing. You're just always shifting around with no solid foundation to ever go back to. Like, this is so fucking stupid. This is so fucking stupid.
But does having the ability to fine someone for damaging public property presuppose rent? Well, there has to be some way of enforcing like a responsible rent taking, you know? Because what you don't want is people being able to just flippantly spread out. Like, I'll put it one way, you know? Like, imagine if just like everyone who wanted a solo apartment could get one. You'd run out of space in the cities, like immediately. If everyone who
give me a second, guys.
Could live in the
Give me 1 sec. 1 sec. Let me just put this in the fridge. 1 second. My food is here, so I just put it in the fridge. Okay. Here you go.
cities, and everyone who wanted to live solo could live solo. There was zero chance of cities being able to house all those people. So how do you decide who goes where? Do you have public lottery?
I'm sorry, can anyone explain to me why you have to move to a city? Do cities in America have any purpose anymore? No, please explain it to me. Explain what you have to do in a city that you can't do remotely. What can you do in the city you can't do remotely? Hold on. Let me see what's going on with Jackson. How is he getting ratioed? He ain't getting ratioed. Oh, okay. Let's help Jackson out. So Jackson's currently getting ratioed right now. He's got 75, and they're giving. Look what they're doing. They're brigading, and everyone who thinks, "Oh, Hans, you can't do this. It's cheating." Well, DGG is the one fucking ratioing this guy, so they're not playing fair. So we're not gonna play fair either. IGG, show them the power of IGG. Show them the power of IGG. We're not gonna take that silently. It's, you know, he ain't DGG. They're used to bullying people and swarming shit and brigading shit. It ain't gonna happen under our watch. Show them the power of IGG. Go ahead and show them the power of IGG. Show them. Go ahead, show them the power of IGG. We ain't dealing with that shit. We ain't dealing with that shit. We ain't dealing with that DGG bullshit, that political Twitch bullshit. They want to act like we're powerless. Nah, motherfucker, we got IGG now, you understand? The tanky sphere is rising. We got IGG now, and we look after each other just like how y'all look after each other. We look after each other too. All that shit y'all are used to doing, IGG is rising. The tanky sphere is rising. Y'all are not going to get away with it anymore, DGG. You're so used to being able to team up with each other and get each other's back. Y'all are a network. We're forming our own network. And right now, yeah, we're smaller right now. But guess what? We have 1,000,000 times more fucking energy than you, DGG. IGG, show them what's up. 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 Show them the power of IGG. Show them the power of IGG. Show them what IGG can do. Show them the power of IGG. Go ahead, show them. Trying to fuck with us like that. Show them the power of IGG. Show them the power of IGG. DGG, they sitting in their little discords, in the little communities, and they're trying to win. No, we ain't playing like that. We ain't playing like that. Matter of fact, let me announce it. Let me go ahead and announce it. Let me announce it. We're going to like that tweet. We're going to get that tweet to 1,000 likes if we have to. You understand? We tankies, we look out for each other. We're going to look out for each other even more than DGG look out for each other. You understand? You don't mess with the tankies. You don't mess with the tankies. It's not a good idea. It is not wise. It is not smart to be messing with the tankies. Simple as that. It is not wise. It is not smart. It ain't smart. It ain't smart to be doing that shit. It ain't smart to be doing that shit. You don't want IGG as your enemy. We will out-ratio you, can you see? The ratio fails. We're going to make sure this ratio fails. The CIA trying to ratio. The person's name is Centrist Femboy. Whatever that means. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. That sounds really strange to me that they're saying boy, which it refers to someone underage, if I recall correctly. There's an underage connotation. Because think about it. Is a femboy a hairy grown man like me? No, it's like underage aesthetics. So that's super fucked up. That's super disgusting and fucked up. That seems like the revival of pederastry, right? Isn't that the revival of pederastry? The Middle Ages? Where they used to... You know what I mean? How come no one ever pointed that out? I love how no one points that out. They literally call it boy. Why? They don't call it femme man. They don't call it femme man. They call it femme boy. You guys ever notice that shit? They don't call it femme man. They call it femme boy. Why do they call it boy? No one ever points this shit out. Nobody points this shit out. I'm the only one pointing that out. That shit's, that shit is, that's some FBI, I don't know. But I hope the people who are tasked, with protecting children are paying attention to that shit. That's all I gotta say. I just hope that the people who are tasked in our society with protecting children, and if they are doing their job protecting children, God bless them. I hope they're paying attention to that shit. That's all I gotta say. Because the children do need to be protected, especially on this disgusting internet. And especially when you have communities like DGG and VGG running around. The children do need protection. The children definitely do need protection. 100%. 100%.
Lotteries? I mean, eventually you're going to get to some way of dealing with that scarcity, Just make more cities. Okay.
Y'all chill, because I don't even... You know what? I'm adding another banned term in our chat. Sorry, that term going to be banned. Settings. Moderation. Blocked. Banned in our chat. We got nothing to do with that. The fuck is this? Someone sent me a message saying since it's clout you want Oh guys, I have an announcement. I don't know if it's too early, but I want you guys to get excited, get hyped. I want you guys to get hyped. I have a quick little announcement to make. So guys, So, the Zerka Royale is starting a Minecraft server. And all the streamers from the Zerka Royale going to be on the server. And I don't know, this is not 100%, so don't get excited. But I propose an idea that I'm pretty sure is going to be implemented, where the streamers are going to bring their own army from their own community. So the IGG army in this Minecraft map, we're going to have our own designated plots to build on that only our clan can build on. I need the finest craftsmen to build my palace. I need the finest craftsmen to build my palace. Okay? I need the finest blacksmith to make me armor and weapons. I need the finest farmers and chefs to make us food. And we need the finest animal tamers. We need the best of the best Minecraft players. I don't know how much we're going to be able to bring, but we're going to vet everyone. The mods get dibs, obviously. Mods get dibs, obviously. But it's going to be like a streamer war. There's going to be a lot of drama, intrigue. Streamers are going to make alliances and go to war with each other. It's going to be brutal. People are going to cry. People are going to rage quit. It's going to be a lot of crazy shit. You understand? So I need the best of the best to build the palace of Khan Haz. And here's the inspiration I want. I want a throne room. I want a throne room that looks like this from Marco Polo. I want this kind of throne room. I want it to look exactly like this. The throne room from Marco Polo, exactly like this. So hold on. Give me a second. I want it to look exactly like this throne room. You got the pillars here, a huge throne room, and you got a throne. And I want it to look exactly like this throne room. Okay? So that shit, I'll keep you guys updated. I don't know if it's 100% confirmed just yet, but that shit's gonna be content, gonna be sick as fuck. And, keep an eye for that. Keep an eye out for that. Keep an eye out for that. You gotta keep your eyes peeled. Let's go back to the Vaush'S thing. There's a new tank emote and suggestion. Okay, let me see. Suggestions. It's not there. Custom emotes. Dude, is that the fucking tank from Tiananmen Square? Don't use that tank, dude. Don't be fucking stupid. Don't be fucking edgy, dude. You know what? Matter of fact, you're going in quarantine for that shit. You're going in quarantine just for that. Stupid as hell, dude. Stupid as hell. I think I'm gonna ban you. I'm gonna think about it, but yeah, I'm highly considering just banning you. Matter of fact, I think I'm just gonna ban you. Yeah, you're getting banned. You getting banned. Nah, we ain't doing that. We ain't doing that. You getting banned. That's some edgy shit. You getting banned. Goodbye. We're not that type of community. We're just not that type of community. We don't make fun of tragedies. We don't make fun of tragedies. We don't celebrate tragedies. We are not an edgy community. No, I insist on that. We are not a bunch of edgy little fucking bitches. Bunch of anarchistic, edgy little bitches is not what we fucking are. If you are that, get the fuck out of here if that's how you are. We are not a bunch of edgy little bitches who are fucking, acting all anarchistic and trying to be, offend and shock public sensibilities. That's just not who we are. We've never been that way. We will never be that way as long as I'm here and as long as the other infrared people are here. You better get that fucking straight. We are not a bunch of edgelords. We are not edgelords. We are normal, centrist, human people. You understand? We are normal human beings. No edginess in our community whatsoever is allowed. No edginess in our community when it comes to that shit. We are pro-human. We don't celebrate tragedies. Simple as that.
Hey, yeah, just make more cities. I know, but like for right now, I mean.
Okay, back to this topic. Can someone explain to me why you need to live in a fucking city? Why do you need to live in a city? If anything, cities should have temporary housing that you don't live in. They should just make the hotel. They should just beef off the hotel kind of pod living industry and give us a high speed. This is the solution to the fucking problem of cities. High speed rail and replace permanent housing in cities with mostly temporary hotel and cheap living temporary housing. And that way, because cities will be primarily recreational places where you go for events, you go for parties, you go for meetups and friends and networking, whatever. But you live in the countryside. That's the normal human way of life. You know, I actually don't even think we should have people living in cities in the future. I am for de-urbanization in general. Cities will still exist as like centers of experimentation and innovation and stuff, but few people should be living in cities. Few peoples should be living in cities. I like cities because you meet a lot of interesting people. You can just do that on the internet and then meet up with them through high-speed rail. But you live in the countryside. I don't see the problem. Cities are more efficient. At what? More efficient at what? The fuck are you talking about? More efficient at what? De-urbanization means all of the things that are usually exclusive to cities, you give them to the countryside too. That's what happened in the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union, next to the kolkhozes farms, they built libraries, they built plays and theater plays, they built fucking, places to eat, cafes. They built everything in the countryside. That's how it should be. Why do we live in cities? They're overly clogged, diseased, plugged. You should meet people. You know, we have the internet now. No, can someone justify to me why you need to live in a city? Just justify it to me. Please justify to me why you need to live in a city. There's no countryside left in my country. What country? You said you don't believe in tragedy, but for Muslims who are forced to eat pork in China, which ones? Which ones are forced to eat pork, you fucking lying dumbass? China has such rigorous accommodation to the halal diet that it's pissing off a lot of Han people. You can't even open a restaurant that serves pork that lives on the same block as a halal restaurant. And you're talking about fucking Muslims being forced to eat pork? Something you pulled out of your fucking ass? Shut the fuck up. Y'all believe in all these stupid fucking lies you see. It's illegal to have pork close to halal restaurants at all. And that would never be the case in our secular Western society. In our secular Western society, it would never be the case that there would be literal ordinances, local law ordinances that don't allow pork near halal restaurants. Are you kidding? They would literally say we have Sharia law if we did that. They would literally be like, yeah, that's Sharia law. That's so fucking stupid. Someone in Show Q wants to debate. No one wants to debate. No one's in Show Q. Suburban sprawl is reduced by building up cities. Even if you build more cities, you're not going to solve the issue. Some restaurants after 9/11 would sneak pork and Muslim food. Yeah. What's your take on the Great Reset? It's literally being spearheaded by people like this. What would you say to if they ate pork forcefully? Dude, you're making shit up. Just shut the fuck up, you dumbass. Oh my god, dude. I'm so ashamed. As a Muslim, I am so ashamed of Muslims who jump on the bandwagon of anti-China propaganda. Y'all are the biggest suckers in the world. Biggest dumbasses in the world. I'm so ashamed of y'all so much. Because we, of all people, should know better. If you're really a Muslim, you know better than to get on board with xenophobic, anti-Eastern propaganda against the non-Western people. You would, but because the attention is not. So because the attention shifts away from us now, because the war on terror is over and shit. Now you're gonna jump on this bandwagon. Get the fuck out of my face. You know what I'm saying? That's such bitch shit. That's such pussy shit, man. Fuck out of my face with that. Cities reduce the need for cars. He wants to debate taxation. Okay. What you want? Yeah, what do you want? Yeah, I can hear you.
So, who is this by? Or is this just some kid that referred to your stream?
What the fuck are you talking about? What are you literally talking about?
So, according to on my comment section, I make a video on TikTok about how I.
How old are you? How old are you?
And this motherfucker comes in and.
How old are you? Okay. How old are you?
Huh?
How old are you?
20.
You're 20? Are you sure? What year of high school are you in?
I'm a.
Get the fuck out of my fucking VC. He's a TikToker, and he said that someone went on his TikTok and linked this Discord for him to debate. How about you grow up, dude? How about that? Why don't you grow up? I think he's a junior in high school, but...
To be fair to landlords, some tenants are just pieces of shit with no respect to the property. I don't think you need to be fair to landlords to say that, yeah. But yeah, a lot of people take horrible fucking care of their houses. Most people would not trash their home on purpose, paying rent or not. Most people, yeah, but a statistic...
This is literally fucking crazy. This is literally crazy. Dude's becoming a landlord defender now. Dude's becoming a literal landlord defender.
Statistically significant number of people would probably tear their house apart if there weren't for security deposits. Some people are just pieces of shit. I feel like a lot of lefties like fail in the application of their theory because they fail to account for the some people are pieces of shit. Like, this is how I feel about anarchists and prison abolition. Well, what about the people who are pieces of shit? And they're like,
say are Sunni or Shia as truth in front of God and how you are not Shia. You're a fucking loser. Get out of my fucking chat. React to my date. No, I literally was leeching off Kiana for like 5 hours on Saturday. I'm not gonna leech off her again. I'll cover it like next time. I'll cover it next time. I'm not gonna leech off her again. I have pride, okay?
like, well, in an anarchist society with proper reformative justice, nobody would be piece of shit. And I'm like, well, some people would still be pieces of shit.
Okay, fine. I'll react to the fucking Gaga debate. Should I? Okay, one's in the chat if I should react to Gaga's date with Kiana. Okay, fine, I will. Fuck. Really quick, and then we're going back to Vaush. Dude, I'm leeching off this girl so hard. Okay. This is the... Okay, fine. I'm gonna be super judgmental, though. That's the thing. Like, I'm gonna go hard with the critiques. Let's see. Gaga's going on Kiana's show. Let's check it out.
I did ask for it, to be fair. In the beginning, I was like, where are my alpha toxic boys? You know? What did he do? He was just like, I don't know, just like regular e-thought streaming. His electrician thing was cap, dude. Who cares what you work for as long as you enjoy your work? No, it's like, it's not even that. It's just like, who cares what anyone works for? Unless it's like hurting people, then that's when it's like, you know, annoying. But like, dude, like the fucking like shit that like sex workers get just for like, you know, they're doing their own thing. Like, how are you gonna like heat on them? I'm not a sex worker, obviously, but it's just like the shit he was implying was basically like hatred towards them. And it's such a common sentiment.
This content is for Coomers. I'm a Coomer, dude. 428. Okay, it's coming up. 428. I'm a Coomer big time, dude. No, I'm not. I'm really not. I'm really not. But why do we keep... Because the only reason we're doing it is because Gaga went on. We're going to cover Gaga, okay? I didn't want to do this either, but the chat wants to do this, so that's why we're doing it.
So that's...
Oh my god. Too late.
And now it's just like...
What was your job?
Sad. Yeah, on a happier note, I'm so jealous that you have... Or not ruin your life.
Did they like block? Make sure nothing's connected to your Twitch, dude.
Huh?
Hello.
Oh, it's right here.
Thank you, a Felter Monkey, for subbing. Thank you, thank you. All women deserve to feel safe and respected no matter their profession. Dude, same. Like, not even just women, like, everyone. Unless you're stupid. It's a whammon! Hello. Can you hear me? Hello?
Hello, hi.
Hi, dude, you're pretty. Hello.
Thank you, you're beautiful.
I like, dude.
So, remember guys, Gaga went in as an agent to prove two-hole theory without mentioning infrared at all. And the minute she gets showered with compliments, she cracks. Notice how she cracks so easily. Just watch.
I like your style. Hello.
Thanks. Yeah, I was like, okay, it's a girl I'm talking to, so I need to like break out the plaid, you know? So like
oh, dude, so you actually don't wear that like on a daily?
I mean, if you're into it, I would put it on for you.
Are you LGBTQ?
Immediately starts shrimping. Immediately starts shrimping.
You?
Yes.
Yeah?
Are you?
Please
don't lie to me.
No,
Because
I'm
if
literally
you're actually straight and I
I'm
get
not
really
straight.
attached, like, yeah, okay.
What
good.
are you?
I'm bi.
You're bi?
Pan, whatever. Yeah.
Are you more toward
Yeah.
men or women?
She's
so hot, dude. I don't know.
I don't know. Kind of like like I said, I get attached super easily, so I feel like my sexuality kind of changes based on like whoever I'm simping for at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
Like when I had a girlfriend, I was like, oh my god, I'm actually like a lesbian.
Oh,
but then when I'm with a guy, you know what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah,
It's just like it's a monogamous. That's my orientation.
Okay, dude, that's woke as fuck.
Thanks. Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh my god,
for
I'm
sharing.
so blurry on your stream.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Is she even single? Kiana, is she even single?
No, it's not your fault. It's not your fault. Never apologize. Queen, I can make you like just a face, but it's just like the...
You can make me like high depth.
Oh, okay. Here, let me make you bigger. Boom. Okay. So, what brings you to the stream? It's so nice seeing like girls, dude. It's so nice.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of feel like it's a good palate cleanser after that guy. He was mad, dude.
What did you think of him? What did you think of him?
Immediately shrimping.
I don't know. I feel like I've encountered guys like that a lot. Like in my role as like a Discord janitor, like I'll run into guys.
Immediately folds and gives away their position as a mod. Zerka said he wants to GTA this week, by the way. Bro, Zerka's all talk. He will literally never see through any plan. He's just saying he wants to, he never will. Trust me. If Zerka wanted to do GTA, he would fucking do it immediately. He would do it tonight, like right now. You know what I mean?
Who
You're
are
a
like,
Discord janitor? Like a mod?
yeah, I'm a Discord janitor, and then like some people are just like they really fucking
Sleepy
hate
Hearts,
me.
Sleepy Hearts, don't
Like,
give me
as
your
soon
money.
as they
What
find
the
out
fuck? Don't give me your
and
money.
like there's like kind of
Oh
like
my
a
God.
venom behind it, you know? And then they're just like, oh, like just trolling.
Yeah.
Haha, got you.
Dude,
and I'm like,
Sleepy
no,
Hearts.
you're actually mad, dude. Like you're actually mad.
Dude, no, he was shook. Sleepy Heart said, honestly, frick guys like that. I've never donated this much, but I want to support you after being forced to endure that. No, dude,
Yeah.
Hearts, no,
I was just like,
it was
waiting
fun
here
for me.
patiently, like while you milked
Thank
him
you,
for
dude.
some more coin. So it was like pretty good, solid BTFO.
No, dude,
like,
I didn't
honestly.
even I didn't even think people would be like so supportive of that. But it's just like kind of, it like restores your like, I don't want to say faith in humanity, but something along those lines.
That's true.
But dude, Sleepy
That's
Hearts,
true.
Sleepy Hearts.
See, Gaga displayed female solidarity instead of IGG solidarity.
Sleepy, did you to shout out to Sleepy Hearts and shout out to Prodigy? Can a mod please shout them out for me? Okay.
Are you okay?
Yes. Sorry, that was very energetic.
I don't know. It's like the only thing he could say was like, "Oh, you're half naked. You're half naked. You're half naked," and it's like, you know.
I know. No,
you're the one watching it. You're the one watching it. So like, why don't you go watch someone who's like fully covered up? Then, you know, vote with your dollar.
It's big caveman vibes, dude. Honestly, like, do you think this is like not a lot of clothing? Because this is like, I mean, okay, minus these. Girls wear like crop tops and shorts in California. It's like a hot place. I'm sweating right now.
Yeah, I know. I've seen girls in LA go out with like belts for shorts, so I feel like you're fine.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
So
they need to respect your culture.
What kind of girls do you like?
I don't know. Like I'm into like really masculine guys and then like really feminine women. So more often than not, like they turn out to be straight. And I also have a really bad gaydar, so I'm just like really cursed.
This literally becomes an optics disaster. Watch this crash into a train wreck.
Looking for a girlfriend right now?
Dude,
you seem cool as fuck though. I love the cadence of your voice. It's so cool.
Thank you.
And like you're like
sweet. Honestly, you seem really cool too. So
dude, it's
know.
like my type of girl. I think is more like.
What's your type? What do you like?
Like I think romantically, I would like someone like you on TBH.
Oh
yeah.
Because like I don't know, like the femme for femme scene is like really brutal.
What do you mean?
Like if you're like a feminine woman into like other feminine women, you know, like this is not a lot of people in that market, I guess.
Yeah, it definitely. I don't know. It's like when I was on Tinder, like looking for like girls to be with, it was definitely hard because I felt like I wasn't like good at it, dude. I feel like I wasn't really getting nearly as many like matches. So it's just like I always wonder like for girls, like am I even like your type? You know, like would you even date me type?
I've had some success on like dating apps for women, but only if I like adopt, like in my mind, I was like, okay, if I was like a Tinder fuckboy, what would I say? Because otherwise, I just end up kind of having like the, oh, you're so cute, and then she'll be like, you're so cute.
No,
and then
yeah.
it's just like, we're just friends.
Yeah.
Now, you know?
Yeah, it's definitely like a you're so pretty, and it's like a lot of the time too. It's like I personally I never get like hit on by girls, and so it just
What a boring conversation. It's gonna get bad though. Just watch.
never happens for me. Like I have to look outside for that. You know.
That's true. Okay. Yeah, for sure.
How old are you?
But I mean, like, how old am I?
Yeah.
I'm 23.
23.
How
Me
old
too.
are you?
Wait, can I follow you on,
Really?
on Instagram?
No, I actually had to deactivate all of my socials.
Why?
See, this is an example of weakness. Gaga completely has been folded by her tricks. When I went on both times, I resisted her temptations and tricks. I completely resisted her attack and was able to go toe-to-toe with her and defeat her.
Because I don't know. I have like a fucking stalker from like the infrared community.
Oh my god, this pissed me off so much when I saw that. My fucking heart dropped. I was like, why would you fucking say that? Randomly just say that shit. You weren't supposed to mention you were from infrared at all. And literally just made us look so bad when you said that. This is literally a disaster. This is literally an optics disaster. When I literally was fucking spamming her messages and calling her after I saw that. When I heard this, I was like, what the fuck did you just do? You literally made us look like shit. The worst thing you could have done. An optics disaster. Literal optics disaster. She's like, I have a stalker from the infrared community. As if they didn't hate us enough. Let's see what the fucking comments say.
But yeah,
What
it's
the
chill.
fuck?
Discord Janny.
Wait, why?
Yeah, but
Why would that make you like deactivate though? Like, what happened?
Look at
this
this.
is, like,
Toxic fucks. They literally makes us look like shit. Literally makes us look like shit. Toxic fucks.
I don't know if you really want to get into like Discord drama.
Look at this. LMAO Haas Stalker. I was literally so stressed out when she said that shit. I was literally so stressed out. Because she's talking about an ex-mod who left. She's talking about an ex-mod who's stalking both of us. Not just her, but also me. But the way she said it was a disaster.
But like, it's just like we had like a Janny who like left, and then they just like, I don't know, like.
Because they don't have the feeling tanky in here. Damn, 2 whole theory gangs stalking this lady. Bruh, that was a disaster. That was fucking betrayal. For real, that was literal betrayal at that moment.
Speaking of like the creepy people who just like hate you for no reason, they just like I guess really hate me, and they were like fucking like posting my personal information online and shit. But
dude.
This guy was literally knew what was going on. He goes, abandoned ship. Operation complete failure. Abandoned ship. At this point, I was so mad she even went on the show. I was like, if you're gonna say that, why even go on? Why even go on?
yeah,
Were you
not
did
to
you like
be
clean
a
your
downer,
history?
not to like.
Yeah, look at this. Poppy Chulo's fucking panicking. He's like, IGG agent blew her cover. Why?
Yeah,
to be a
no, dude, this is like a problem that like girls have a lot, I think. But like, I guess like preventative measure wise.
Bruh, I'm literally getting stalked too by the same person she's talking about. I am literally the streamer of infrared. The main streamer of infrared. Like the one who's the most well-known. The most well-known face of infrared. And I am literally getting stalked as much.
Did you take any
by the same person.
preventative measures before you started? I don't know. You're not a streamer, right?
No, I was so stupid about it, dude. Like, I was such an
Yeah,
idiot.
that's so
Like,
true. Gaga has mad baby sister vibes. Or babysitter. Oh, sorry. Don't you meant baby sister? Like, you're an embarrassing baby sister who went on and embarrassed your big brother. Now, Kiana will always look at me as a weirdo. Thanks. Thanks.
I'm just way too nice and like way too open. And this Discord community was the first Discord community I ever joined. So like people would ask me questions, people would try to be my friend, and like I would be nice to them and I would tell the truth. Like I was like, I don't have shit to hide.
Yeah.
And I was like, bad idea. Terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like,
don't do that.
If you're in the chat and if you're like a streamer or someone that like interfaces with like people online a lot, it's like it's really good if you like clean up the fuck out of your, like if you Google your name, just make sure nothing's connected to your Twitch, dude.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I was never like a big social media person. Like I just had like a small Instagram with like 600 followers, and like it was like private and chill. But no, but you know what? I will follow you for sure.
I mean, did they like block him from the server at least?
Oh, I can have your snap maybe.
Oh yeah, dude.
She liked me more than you? No. Not true.
It's literally just been like thinking of streaming.
What the fuck happened? Why did it skip? What the literal fuck happened? Oh my god, what the fuck just happened?
Or Jenny.
Wait, why?
Yeah,
why would that make you like deactivate though? Like, what happened?
Oh, this is like, I don't know if you really want to get into like Discord drama, but like it's just like we had like a Janny who like left. And,
fuck! Don't give me your money.
Like, there's like
to Sleepy Hearts and shout. It's like, I personally I never get like hit on by girls, and so it's just.
I was so stupid about it, dude. Like I was such an idiot. Like literally, like I'm just way too nice and like way too open. And this Discord community was the first Discord community I ever joined. So like people would ask me questions. People just like, I don't know, like. Speaking of like the creepy people who just like hate you for no reason, they just like I guess really hate me. And they were like fucking like posting my personal.
Literally, random people would be like, "Oh, she's talking about Infrared's community," and not like one Xmod stalker who's also after me.
Information online and shit. But
dude.
Yeah.
Were you
not
did
to
you
like
clean
be
your
a downer,
history?
not to like not to be a
no, dude. This is like a problem that like girls have a lot, I think. But like, I guess like preventative measure wise, did you take any preventative measures before you started? I don't know. You're not a streamer, right?
No, I was so stupid about it, dude. Like I was such an.
I skipped the part. I don't even know where I skipped to. I guess I skipped like 50 minutes. I don't even know where I fucking skipped.
Like literally, like I'm just way too nice and like way too open. And this Discord community was the first Discord community I ever joined. So like people would ask me questions, people would try to be my friend, and like I would be nice to them and I would tell the truth. Like I was like, I don't have shit to hide.
Yeah.
And I was like, bad idea. Terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like,
don't do that.
If you're in the chat and if you're like a streamer or someone that like interfaces with like people online a lot, it's like it's really good if you like clean up the fuck out of your. Like, if you Google your name, just make sure nothing's connected to your Twitch, dude.
Okay, I remember this.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I was never, like, a big social media person. Like, I just had, like, a small Instagram with, like, 600 followers, and, like, it was, like, private and chill, but no. But you know what? I'll follow you for sure.
I mean, did they, like, block him from the server, at least?
Oh, I can have your snap, maybe.
What the fuck? Why would you not answer that? That was literally going insane. It's like, she literally gave you a chance to make us look good, and you're talking about her Snapchat. Literal, complete Coomer brain betrayal. Like, I literally... It's literally a betrayal. I will never forget this betrayal. I will never forget this. Complete betrayal. Like, she was literally offering you a chance. Infrared has been dishonored forever. We have been shamed, dishonored, dragged through the mud forever. Literally she's literally like, oh yeah, what? Like she wants to know what this has to do with the infrared community. And you're literally talking about her Snapchat.
Oh yeah, dude. Yes. Duh, yeah. I'm HXO on Snap. HXO. What are you?
HXO.
Yeah, I'm just the.
Oh,
three
it has my real name on it, so I'll just whisper to you on Twitch.
No, Rando says nobody cares who you are. Like it's just paranoid to like worry about it. But no, it's like it's scary. Like if that happens to you.
No.
Scary,
You
yeah.
it only takes
And I like how Gaga didn't mention how I'm a victim too. You guys notice that? She made it seem like only she's a victim, not me.
only takes one person to like
You have to go on and correct the record? No, it's too late.
get obsessed with you to ruin your fucking life, or not ruin your life, but like be a pain in the ass.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
it's
cap.
like, it's just like if they have that shit and then they like post it, it just like prevents you from, you know, continuing that, you know, and having that like information linked. So it's like it's a big downer.
Yeah.
Feels similar to what you did to Destiny. What did I do to Destiny? Shut the fuck up.
On a happier note, I'm so jealous that you have a job where you can.
Oh shit! You cut out. You cut out. You cut out.
Like my fucking job.
Are you there? Can you hear me?
Oh, sorry.
Oh, you big cut out.
Gaga literally seems like a crazy homeless person who's on LSD or ecstasy or something.
Out.
Yeah.
Can you repeat that, please?
Like she's not even paying attention to what Kiana's saying.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I just said I'm so jealous that you have a job where you can like wear cute hair, because like I don't know if you can tell, but like
what do you do?
It's like I used to have like colorful hair, and then I literally had to like take it out, and now it's just like
What was your job?
sad. Like what is my job now?
Yeah.
Guys, so let's judge this. Agent Gaga was supposed to go on this show to prove the two-hole theory. To prove the two-hole theory. And she's engaging in meaningless girl talk with Kiana instead. And their only job was to prove the two-hole theory. And what has happened instead? She made the infrared community look bad. Twice. Double agent.
Oh, it's honestly, it's like a really shitty normie job. It's like janitoring, and then I get home, and then I'm a Discord janitor. So
Johnny.
like,
Like no one even knows who you're a janitor for. You're making it seem like everyone knows you're an infrared person. They don't. All they know is that infrared is after you, apparently. You could be a janitor for fucking Dylan Burns' Discord. No one even knows.
looking for someone who can like keep you in Gucci. Like I'm definitely like
you're so fucking cute, dude.
Aww,
I love,
thanks.
dude. I love your like personality. It's very like, it's very chill.
Flattery, complete victory for Kiana through use of flattering tricks. Flattering tricks, complete disastrous defeat.
Thanks.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. I just like how you're smart, because you just like so thoroughly can like eviscerate all of these weirdos.
I'm not like a verbal shit talker though, to be honest.
I hate when women are united. I hate when they're united and friendly to each other. Every time women are smiling to each other and having girl talk and they're acting like I hate it so fucking much. I literally hate that so much. I'm so sick of it too. I will always try to divide women. I will always try to divide them.
You know,
Really?
yeah, no,
but
I'm
you
not.
have like those facial expressions, and then that's what's like can cut a man down. You know, just make a stink eye at him.
You're so cute.
'Cause
Okay.
men are just very sensitive. You know, some more than others for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's like a certain like category of people, I think. You know?
For sure. For sure.
My facial expressions. Yeah, but
So if we actually hit it off for real,
where are you
though,
from?
like, what's your Twitch channel gonna be about? Oh, where am I?
Sound jealous? They're talking girl talk when she's supposed to be defending the two-hole theory. The only reason she's supposed to go on is the two-hole theory. No one cares about fucking nail polish.
From?
Yeah.
I'm Hungarian. I'm from Hungary.
Oh shit, where are you right now?
I'm visiting a friend right now, but I live in California.
What part?
They're subtweeting Haas? Who's subtweeting me? What is going on? What is going on? Who's subtweeting me? DM it to me. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I don't even know what you're talking about. What are you even talking about? Yeah, I'm 100% against girl talk.
I live in the SF Bay Area, and I'm moving back down to
dude.
LA in January.
Not gonna lie, I'm really into you. I'm really into you.
Aww. Yeah, I like
you too. What are you looking for in the speed date?
To be honest, I just kind of wanted to see if I could do better than Hot.
Oh, you're already doing dude. Hot. Wait.
Like, why would you say that? And why would you say that? And why would you say that? No, that's not why you're supposed to go on. You're supposed to go on to defend two-hole theory. And you do this instead. Literal betrayal. Literal betrayal. Literal betrayal. Complete betrayal. Complete literal admitting their fucking betrayal. A literal turncoat. A literal turncoat.
Why do you follow Haas? Why do you like Haas?
Like, why do I like him?
Yeah.
Oh, well, I guess I'm also a tanky. So if that's a deal breaker, I guess good to put that on.
You want to know what's funny? Kiana is the one who made us look good, not Gaga. Kiana's like, okay, why do you follow Haas? Implying that she is an infrared person and not someone who is the community is against. Literally, Kiana is the one who, and this is the second bone she threw Gaga to clear the name of infrared.
On the table now.
I have no idea what his like political stuff is. Not gonna lie.
Okay, well, the mods told me not to talk about politics, so we can steer away from politics.
Okay. You could tell me about it over Snapchat though.
For sure. So what got you into Twitch? Like, what made you like come up with this idea to like do the dating thing?
It's not a new idea or anything. It's just I love like talking to people, getting to know them, and it's like this doesn't feel like work. It felt like way more work when I would like have to think of like what to say as opposed to just responding
we're gonna
to,
speed
like,
this
a
up
viewer directly, you know? Jappy, thank you for the sub. 2 months.
Dude, you're doing hella well. Like, you have like thousands of viewers. Like, that's crazy.
It do be like that.
This is literally like going up to a fucking queen and being like, oh, you are so powerful as a queen. And the queen is literally like, and peasant? Excuse me, you have entered my court and you are going to speak of my viewers? You are a peasant!
You don't stream? You don't stream?
Like, no, I don't stream.
Damn.
I don't think I could.
Damn.
Like I said, I think I'm way too fucking nice, dude.
No, dude, you could be nice and you could stream. Dude,
I'm way too much of a bottom. You know what I mean? I just like, as much as I would like to change it.
No, but like the thing is, Twitch viewers have all these different vibes. You know, they have all these different vibes, and they would watch you if you have the same vibe. So other subby, tanky boys and girls alike could vibe with you for sure if you started streaming. Yeah.
There's no such thing as tanky subs. There's no such thing. Every tanky is a dom. Whether male or female, every tanky is a dom. There's no sub tankies. That's why male and female tankies do not mix in relationships. Because female tankies just want to peg. Female tankies just want to peg because they're just not subs.
I think you should pick it
actually,
up.
It could be fun. It could be fun. Yeah, for sure.
Especially if you have like the
But-
support of like infrared or cause or whatever. You know, you could be on the like Zerka Royale stuff.
Oh fuck no!
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't like Zerka at all.
And she's literally ruining my alliance with Zerka now. Literal went on and attacked us. She literally went on and fucking attacked us. Damaging our diplomatic relations with Zerka. This is complete treachery. Complete treachery. It's literal complete treachery. Exactly. Attacking our allies, making infrared look bad, and meanwhile Kiana was helping us. And look at Kiana's surprised face. I'm going to describe this face for you. She's going, "What? Excuse me. You have made a great mistake." She's saying, "Look how ungrateful you are."
Why?
I mean, everyone always asks that, and it's like, well, his whole thing is that he wants people to think he's an asshole. So it's like, okay, if you want me to think you're an asshole, like, congratulations, I think you're an asshole. You know what I mean? So, right?
The fucking Zerka squad is
Like, I'm
posting
sorry, if you're an asshole, I'm not
Joker.
gonna like you just because you're honest about being an asshole. Like, that just means that, like,
I mean, even if they're funny, like if they're a funny asshole.
I mean, yeah.
Oh, her internet.
Like,
If you're our... Okay, this is a new rule. If you're our mod, if you want the freedom to go and say what you want, you can't mention infrared. The minute you start mentioning infrared and that you're a mod for infrared, you have to be an agent of infrared and do everything to make the community look good. Otherwise, do not mention you are an infrared mod. Do not mention infrared.
Oh, my internet. My internet, bro.
If we do the Minecraft, the first thing we're going to do in Minecraft, if we do the Zerka Minecraft server, Gaga's going on trial for treason. And Zerka may decide her fate. I may just let Zerka decide her fate. Because she attacked our ally, and this offends our ally greatly. Our ally is greatly offended. So in order to ameliorate diplomatic relations, we may just sacrifice Gaga.
Ooh. Okay, okay.
the CIA interference.
I don't think Zerka's actually an asshole. I think he's actually really nice, dude.
Oh, like, you know him, like, on a personal basis, like person to person.
I mean, not like
I'm
IRL
sure
or
he's
anything.
very different. Like,
No, he's
actually,
cool. He's cool. Yeah, he's like actually
Yeah.
chill. Yeah.
Okay, I take it back, Zerka. I apologize. If you're watching this, they're cool. I don't want beef. I'm not speaking on the behalf of infrared, by the way. This is just my opinion as a
Yeah.
lowly janitor.
Dude,
Don't mind.
no,
me.
honestly, like, you might as well, you know? It's like, if you're in a job that you're, like, not super dedicated to, you might as well just take up streaming on the side and see where it goes, you know?
Yeah, dude, but I would have to think, because my hours, like, I'm not supposed to talk about my job, I guess, too much, so I'll keep it brief, but, like, I work hella shitty-ass hours, so I would have to
Yeah.
have, like, a really shitty streaming schedule.
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe I could get that, like, Euro.
She's not allowed to mention her job because she works for the fucking CIA. Literal NSA CIA agent. Federal agent. Can't talk about your job because federal agent.
Sorry?
If I'm streaming at, like, 3 a.m. Like, the European time zone crowd, if I'm streaming at, like, 3 a.m.
I mean, dude, that's the same time, like, the normal, like, DGens stream, right?
Oh, yeah, how did the pegging thing come about?
I think I asked it once and then it just caught on, and then people were like, ask the question in chat. So that's how I started doing it.
Okay, are you gonna ask
Sleepy
me?
Hearts.
Should we give the chat what they want?
Sleepy Hearts, dude, swoop into our DMs. Should we give, would you let a girl peg you? Like in the butt. The good thing about that is we can like explore different sizes, you know?
That's true. Okay, here's my quibble. Like, if I already have like a perfectly good hole, like, why do I have to like?
It's like a whole different
know?
experience. Have you ever done it in the butt?
No, I have.
It's like, it's different. It's like, you know how like normal orgies are like centralized around the lady area?
Yes.
It's like, I don't know, I feel like having an orgy from the booty it puts it in like kind of a more like chest localized area. It's weird. Yeah.
Have you had that? Have you had one of those?
I didn't even know that could happen. And then I googled it, and then there were so many like Reddit anecdotes about how it's like a thing.
And you trusted the neckbeards on Reddit?
Yes.
Why?
Dude. No, dude.
Why would you do that?
There's so many different people on like on Reddit, dude.
You know what? I totally relate to that though, because I didn't even know that I was capable of having like an orgasm from like penetration, like just like vaginal penetration, until it like happened to me one day. And then I was like, what the fuck?
What are they talking about? What does this have to do with two-hole theory? And yeah, Kiana's literally throwing her bones. You guys know what's weird? Kiana helps us so much. You guys notice that? Every time I want to go on her show, she puts me in first in line. And every time every time we raid her or go on her show, she shouts us out. Like, even 10 minutes after we leave, she's still shouting us out. She helps us so much. But maybe it's all a deception. And she's a federal agent trying to win trust.
I didn't even know I could do that.
It's so funny, dude. I had a friend that like she
was
would like have
whoa.
sex, and she was like, yeah, I think I orgasmed, and I was just like, dude, that's not an orgasm if you don't know it was an
like
orgasm.
if you have to, I've had friends, dude. I know I have female.
You know, it's so weird she helps us because she does not need us at all. Do you guys know that? We are the ones who need her. She does not even need us at all. She's like one of the most successful up-and-coming streamers on Twitch. Literal gets like 7,000 views. Does not need us whatsoever. We literally offer nothing to her.
Female friends who've like never had an orgasm ever, and they're like in their mid-20s, and I'm like, why do you like get out of bed, dude?
Dude, I don't know. It's like it's something like it's hard for girls, especially. I think, you know.
That's true.
Reach
A lot
the
of girls can't finish just from like penetration. So like I guess I can do a little like victory lap, but I'm like not one of them. You know?
Yeah. Dude, it's not TOS to talk about something in a fucking 18+ stream.
Yeah, come on, guys. Why would this be TOS? There was literally a guy with a sex swing on.
Oh, all right. Can we get a poll in chat? I'm going to add you. Fuck,
Okay.
what was your name? Hello.
Gaga, Comrade Gaga.
Oh, bet. Okay.
Gaga's fine.
Gaga.
Comrade is like kind of larpy, so Gaga is fine.
Comrade.
Oh fuck. Okay, wait. Before you do the poll, my community wanted me to like bring up the holes debate with you.
Oh my God. Literally has to say she didn't need. What the fuck was that? Why would you share our secrets with this? Why would you share our secrets? You were literally supposed to go on as an IGG agent. I literally told you, go on, pretend like you have nothing to do with infrared, and defend two-hole theory. And it's such a disaster. It's such a disaster. It's such a disaster. Imagine you're a KGB agent and this is this much of a blunder. You would literally be demoted. You would be demoted to the fucking toilet sweeper of the KGB building. You would literally be demoted to the fucking toilet sweeper of the fucking KGB building. You literally were sent on a fucking mission. And you fumbled it so bad.
3.
3?
3.
Okay, so here's the thing, and we've actually had a brief encounter before, because when you were having your first date with Hamas, you brought up the whole question And I, in my role as a janitor, like creating content for him, I made a clip and I titled it "Vaush'S Fails Women's Anatomy" or something. And then like he said in the stream,
It's literal betrayal. It's literal betrayal. She's literally teaming up with Kiana against me. Literal betrayal. It's literal betrayal. Literally, the minute another streamer shown Gaga kindness, she threw me under the bus. Remember that. Remember that. That's how little it took her to break. That's literally how little it took for her to break.
Gaga, shut up. And then he like banned me. And then you said, who's Gaga? And then he said, nobody. So I was like really BTFO'd in that moment. And unfortunately, I, as you know, a tanky, if there's anything I'm good at, it's following orders.
And this is what you had to do to redeem yourself, and you absolutely failed.
So I've defected from the 3 holes to the 2 holes side now. You know.
Why is she laughing? What's going on? Look what she said. Blown the fuck out. Look. What the fuck? Literally was attacked from Gaga. Literally, Gaga attacked me. Had she not gone on, it would have been better.
Bet. Damn, you're like throwing a bunch of memes at me, dude, and references I don't understand.
Oh, I'm sorry. This
Blown the fuck out.
I'm sorry. I have to do it.
Dude, sorry, the emote you put in the custom emotes, it's not gonna work, dude. You have to understand that looks good as a big image. It doesn't look good as a Twitch emote. It has the Twitch emote has to be very recognizable as a tank. It has to be very recognizable as a tank. That, like, if you shrink that down, it looks like a fucking bug. It doesn't look good, dude. Don't think of it in terms of a big image. Think of it in terms of a small emote.
For like my community, I have to do it for my chat.
Anything for you, my comrade.
But I am actually trying to like get to know you, so like this was purely selfish.
I'm down, dude. I'm down.
Yeah,
it looks
I'm
like
down.
it's an extend for you. So we do have some people to get through tonight. So I'm actually going to use the timer now.
She's kicking Gaga off. She said, I have no use for you. You have failed your significance. What the fuck? Mike from PA already has a tank emote? He already has one? The fuck? I guess I won't do it then.
But
what's the timer?
It'll be another 3 minutes and then one more poll.
Oh, okay.
So 3 minutes.
Oh wait, tell me about yourself. What do you like to do other than like embarrass men on Twitch?
Ever since I did like full-time streaming, and even like before I quit my full-time job, it's literally just been like thinking of streaming. You know, it's like it occupies my life now. Yeah.
I didn't even know what Twitch was until like 6 months ago. I
that's like the case.
had
for a
this
lot of
vague
people.
idea that it was like a thing for like gamers, you know.
Yeah, and then you found out that there's a whole degenerate community on just chatting, right?
Yeah.
How did you? So is it like your politics aligned with Vaush'S? So that's what like drew you to a stream, or was it like you saw a big buff man and then you're like, let's go, let's fucking go?
Damn. I feel like Kiana's projecting a little bit.
Yeah, no, I was I'm like kind of a baby ML, so I'm like still learning, but like my parents were MLs, like Hungarian MLs, so I kind of grew up in that environment, so I've like passively absorbed a lot of like
I don't understand these
vibe,
acronyms.
I guess
ML, is that machine?
it's like familiar. So
Chat, is ML a machine
but in terms of
learning?
like, the actual theory and like history, it's like a work in progress, you know what I mean?
Oh, bet.
Yeah, but I don't want to have to read too many books because like I said, I feel like the appeal of being a Marxist-Leninist is like people tell me stuff and I say okay.
Damn.
Oh, I think too hard.
Oh. What's like what draws you to that? I'm actually like curious. Like what draws you to that? Because to me, I hear like that, and then I'm like, what the fuck? Why?
You wouldn't understand because you're a dom, but I'm a sub, so like I really can't like.
What? Now Gaga's making MLs look like subs. What? She's literally making MLs look like subs. Literal optics disaster. Not only did she betray Infrared, She literally betrayed Marxism-Leninism.
Thank you, Argerman,
What?
for subbing with Prime. Are you memeing?
Oh, am I memeing?
Are you memeing?
About what?
Like, you wouldn't understand because you're a Dom. Is that a meme?
I'm trying to entertain chat, but like I'm
Oh, okay.
serious. Like
Okay,
I'm half
okay.
serious, half joking.
Dude, I'm like, everything you're saying about this is going over my head because, you know,
I'm sorry.
I'm an ignorant fool.
I don't know. I guess basically, what got me into it was like just anti-imperialism, like seeing all the really fucked up shit the United States is. Oh, by the way, cut me off if I'm being too political because I know I wasn't supposed to be
Oh,
political.
dude, no, yeah. You're right.
Yeah,
Let's save that for
yeah.
the private DMs, baby.
For sure.
So it looks like that's time. It's like 5 seconds left. Can we get one more
Thank
poll
you,
in chat?
Onya.
Do you want to extend her for another 3 minutes, or do you want to rate
Thank you, Onya.
and end?
So here's the thing about the holes thing. When you think about it, it does kind of make sense that there's two, because the like argumentation, right, is that like there are these sub holes into like one hole. You know what
The vaginal complex. Exactly, the vaginal complex.
I mean? That like makes sense.
Like internally?
Well, I guess in this framework, the like labia would constitute like a hole, you know, like a shallow hole, right? But like it's like all the
This literally was a fumbled argument about the two-hole theory. It's not that the labia is a hole, it's that the labia is what makes it a hole because it covers it. The labia itself is not the hole. The hole is the vaginal complex as a whole.
canal and the urethra are both tucked into that hole.
Dude,
it kind of makes sense.
So is your labia shaped like an O?
This is stupid. A hole can be oval shaped. A hole can be oval shaped.
My labia isn't that long, but
Does it just
I mean,
like curl around itself and it's like, this is the hole that contains all holes?
No.
The vaginal
but, like,
complex.
No, but I can understand.
She admitted it. See? She literally admitted it.
Why someone would want to frame it that way. So it kind of makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
And really, you know, what does a person without a vagina really need to know about the urethra, right? Because like, if I'm with a man, he really has no business messing around in my urethra, right?
Okay.
Like that's mostly for us. That's for the girls,
That's
right?
true. That's true. But what if he wants to make sure that like if he sticks it in, then you won't go pee. That you won't go pee on him, and it would be very misleading if he sticks it in and thinks that he's plugging up a whole ass hole, right? And then
Like
you
sticks
start
it in their
peeing on him.
urethra?
Sorry.
Like sticks it in the urethra?
No, into the main vajay. You know.
Oh, the front door.
The front
it's like-
door. Pull.
and-
It's 50-50.
And you pee on him?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I guess.
Is that even possible? Because, guys, you know you can't pee when you come. When you come, it's physically impossible to pee. So can women pee on you during sex? Or is it suppressed? I hope it should be suppressed, right? Or can they do it? They can do it? Oh my god. That's so satanic. We can't even do that as men. As men, we can't. When we come, our pee-pee hole becomes suppressed and you can't pee. They can pee on you? That's literally power.
Yeah, you would be at kind of a crossroads, I suppose. But isn't that what squirting is, I guess?
And this perverted tanky. No, dude.
And this perverted tanky.
It's 53% extend. So we're gonna extend one more time for 3 minutes. Is there any last topic you want to go over that's not about holes?
I don't know. What do you like to do? Like, what other than? Oh yeah, you already told me that. Sorry, I'm like
kind
of late for me over here.
I have music out here. Hyper pop, right?
Wait, if we actually date though, like, what are you gonna turn this show into? Because you're not gonna like cheat on me, right?
Oh, dude, I wouldn't date you.
Or is it gonna be
I
like?
wouldn't
is it
date
gonna
you
be
if you had like a
secret thing?
leash on me.
You would make what?
I would be like, hey, this is me over here dating speed dating viewers, and look, there's my very cool girlfriend who's very okay with this, and then we would
Really?
make out.
Oh,
Yeah.
no, I feel like that would make me sad.
Are you serious? Are you jealous? Are you a jealous?
Bruh, I doubt she's single. I doubt she's single.
Yes.
Highly doubt it.
A little bit.
Oh,
you know?
I'm
'Cause
jealous.
It would make. It would make me sad to see people come on and talk to you the way that like that last guy did. You know, like I wouldn't like.
I was discovering squirters. Pee? Literally, you're stupid. Squirting is pee? No, it's not. Or is it? Is it? It's piss? No! I'm done with women. I'm done with them. I'm done with them. I'm literally done with them. I thought it was just... I thought it was just pussy juice.
Partner to go through that.
No, but I'm a strong Godami mommy, my comrade.
What percent chance? I've never gotten peed on in my life. But you're saying, man, there's no way to differentiate squirt from urine. It's not pee? 20%? No, you didn't do better than me, Gaga. You did not do better than me. You did not do better than me.
You know, I just stomped out the tiny
She's literally trying to fight with me over Kiana.
flat fires that tried to burn my forest, my bush.
But like they like that. Like that's like for them, dude. That was probably the highlight of that guy's year. He was like, "Oh my god, I got to talk to an attractive woman for like a minute."
Damn, dude.
You know?
Oh,
Right?
Yeah. Oh, dude, I feel bad because he was oh my god, his fucking title of that was E-Date with OnlyFans girl. What a dickhole.
Oh, is he a streamer?
Yeah, he was a streamer. He was streaming it.
Oh, damn. See, he just like got to insult you and then got clout off of it. Like that's not cool.
75% pee, 25% cum. How do you know? What? We gotta shut down the vaginal complex until we figure out what's going on. We gotta shut down the vaginal complex till we figure out what's going on, okay? I'm hearing 75%, 50%, 20%. It's gotta be 0%, okay? We gotta shut it all down. We gotta shut it all down. We gotta shut down the vaginal complex. We gotta shut down the vaginal complex. Gaga, I mean, here's the difference. Kiana was just nice to you because all girls are fake nice to each other. That's why. Trust me. She never forgot my original date with her, which was the best one she ever had, by far.
Yeah.
I mean, I know it's all for show, so it's like whatever.
What's that guy's stream? He was. Well, I don't want to like say it, and then I don't want him to get haters because he's, you know.
I am literally the best guy to talk to on Twitch for a woman. The most entertaining, the most charming, the most funny, the most stimulating, the most seductive, the most irresistible.
It's like, dude. Okay, I don't want.
He probably has like 20 viewers. You know.
No, he was at like 5, and then I shouted him out a little bit, and then he got to like 300. Yeah.
Most swag.
See that was actually like the highlight of the week.
Damn. Would you rather date Hawes or me?
Would I rather mod for you or Hawes?
No, would you rather date me or Hawes?
Well, Hawes is like really far away.
Okay, if we're all in the same streamer house.
See, this is why Kiana likes me better, because she's literally jealous. See?
Like a hype house?
Yeah. Infrared.
I've like never really thought about like dating Hawes. Like I'm his mod, you know.
But you were like describing a masculine man as your type.
See, Gaga, this is the difference between me and you. Ready? In my talk, she didn't mention you. In your talk, she could not help but bring me up. See the difference?
Oh, that's true. I mean, I do watch him for like hours every day, so there probably is something selfish in it for me, right?
Mm-hmm.
Checkmate! Checkmate!
No, he's masculine. I mean, he's also hairy, but like that's part of being masculine, I guess.
Damn, dude. I love your vibes. That was your last extend.
Oh, that's chill.
Thank you, Gaga, for coming on. Add me on Snap and let me know.
She's like, get the fuck out of here.
Or, like, what to look for when I like look at my
what to
stuff.
look for?
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah, I liked you a lot. Like you're definitely like vibe-wise, you're my type for a lady.
Aw, thank you. But you need like an asshole for like a boyfriend, right? That's what you said, like a dominant asshole.
I don't need no, dude. In a relationship, I need
yeah, ends it with
just,
me.
Like, bantery and funny.
Oh, yeah, that's fair. That's fair. The asshole stuff it wears them quickly.
Yeah.
Guys, I'm not Hassan's mod.
She's Hawes's mod. Infrared.
Hassan.
Yeah, infrared show. She does prescribe to Gaga. Yeah. But dude, I give you
All right.
the first 10 of the night.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm glad I got to talk to you. This is actually really fun. I was worried it would be like really embarrassing. But
No,
yeah,
you're
see ya.
chill as fuck. I love you.
Good night, girl.
Good night.
I love you too.
Thank you for saying it back. I was scared. I can't deal with the rejection, not now. Thank you, thank you.
Gaga literally said, "I love you back." What a shrimp. What a shrimp. Okay, we're done leeching off Kiana for 2 weeks. Okay, we leeched off her so much.
Maybe fewer would be, but some would be. You know. So what do we do about that, you know? I don't know. I've never heard answers to these questions that really convince me. It feels like the best that we can do is dismantle the state and maintain some basic governmental...
No, I got a 10 out of 10. I got a 10. Shut the fuck up. I got a literal 10.
Apparatuses that still have ways of, like, correcting bad social behavior. Do you still think psychopathy would manifest itself? I don't know if that's the term for it, but there would still be people who hurt other people, you know? Serial killers and rapists and shit, yeah. You think there won't be, like, serial rapists in an anarchist future? Yeah, of course there will be, you know? There's just no way around the existence of these people. The best thing that you can do is minimize their existence.
Yeah, but he's literally talking about his hypothetical utopian society. He can't even get one politician in power that agrees with him about his future society. Like, he's living under Biden's restoration fucking regime. And he's literally jacking himself off with hypotheticals about what to do with fucking serial killers.
And then when they do their own shit, you capture them as quickly as you can and reform them as effectively as possible. That's always the best thing that you can do, you know? It's always the best way of handling it. You're becoming as tanky as you age. Is it really tanky to believe we might need prisons in the future? Yeah. Why are no businessmen trashing their own businesses, though? Well, some do, but for the most part, people are less likely to destroy things that are their own, or things they're responsible for, or things they will have to pay money if they get broken. I mean, isn't that always the fact? Like, aren't people generally more careful with stuff if there are consequences to not being more careful with it, you know? What if they can't be reformed? Then I guess they stay in prison. I don't know. I don't know. What does reform look like to you? I support the idea entirely, but I wonder if rehabilitation will take the form of re-education camps and other dystopian ideas.
Someone posted this in the Discord.
Ideas,
Who is this?
People's behaviors. In a future anarchist society, if a person
wants
to be a fascist in their head, that's...
Can someone tell me who this is? Someone posted this in the Discord. Who is this? There's no nudity, but like I'm just zooming in, like, so I don't show cleavage. Who is this? They look so familiar. Who is this? Does anyone know who this is? Who is this? Sofia Gomez. Let me look that up. Oh, shit. No, it's not. Is it? Oh, shit, it is. Damn. Didn't you just call Gaga a shrimp? It's an Instagram. Oh, Perry the Platypus. It's the voice actor? No, it's not. The fucking... Perry the Platypus is voiced by D. Bradley Baker. This is the guy who fucking voices... Oh, wait, no. Oh, that she's an impersonator. Sofia Gomez? Who is that? Okay, I just want to see if the views go up just having this thumbnail. Give me a second. I want to see if views go up just having this thumbnail. How to date your crush. I'll just like make a title called like How to Advice for my chat. That's what I'll do. Let me just see if the fucking views will go up. Let me just test it. Let me just test it. Her name's Sofia Gomez? Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Wow. Let me look her up. Sofia Gomez. Sofia Gomez? That's, dude, she has like 2 followers. Who are you talking about? Literally, who are you talking about? Sofia Gomez? Sofia Gomez. Let me look her up. Soft. Oh, she has 500,000 views. Who's this? Omnai Sophia? On. Who's that? I have no idea who that is. Oh, she's a TikToker. She's a TikToker. She does TikToks. Right?
You ready down there, my dear? My name is Zoe Hunt. I'm a section.
She does TikToks? What the fuck? She's on Twitch too? No way. No way. Come on, let me just see if I gain or lose from this.
Full Metal 485 donated $5. Don't let us ranting about P distract you from the fact that Gaga's ID better
It's
than
literally not true, and that's just literally not true. It's literally not true. I did so much better. It's literally not true. That's literally not true. I did so much better. So much better. It's literally just not true. You're coping to losing to Kiana? No, I'm just want the views to go up. We're down. They didn't even go up. They went up by like 2 views. Leave. They didn't even go up. Nothing happened. Alright, guys. No, don't snap her and ask. She's gonna tell you what you want to hear. So cringe. Literally so cringe. Should I just raid Vaush? Okay, I'd love to stream longer, but should I stream longer? What up, Todic? I could do like an hour. Keep grinding. No, if I'm gonna keep grinding, I'm gonna do like another hour, and I'd rather just go to the gym. Push it. She's gonna tell you what you want to hear, because girls are fake with each other. Everyone knows that. Everyone knows girls lie to each other and are fake to each other. Like, stop coping, okay? Just stop coping, please. Any good book recommendations? So here's the thing, guys. If I end it now, then I can start the stream earlier tomorrow. If I do it late, we're going to have a late stream tomorrow. So which one? Shouldn't we have an earlier stream tomorrow? Do both? No. Raid Trainwrecks? Oh, yeah. I was gonna skip today. Okay? I'm just gonna rate stream tomorrow. So guys, just be happy you even got this fucking stream for me. Just be happy you got this stream for me. Okay, I was just gonna skip today's stream. You want more? You want more? Then okay, if I get 100 views right now, if I get 650 views, I'll keep streaming. This is not enough views for me to keep streaming. It's gonna make my averages go down, and that hurts my ego. That hurts my ego, okay? Sabata, what up, Olive? What up? No, Vermilion, don't add views. What does that even mean? What does that even mean, dude? Don't do that. Don't fucking do that, guys. That will hurt me. As a matter, if I just rapidly gain like 200 views right now, I'm gonna literally end stream. So don't do that. That's so sus. Literally so sus. I will stay with you for longer. I will never leave you, chat. You are my most beautiful chat. I will never leave you. You're not supposed to do this on Twitch. You're not supposed to Hey guys, what's up? I'm a Twitch streamer. You are literally giving me... What a pathetic weak raid, by the way. What a pathetic display of power. What a pathetic display of power. And I literally did that crazy shit because I thought it would get me views. Apparently not. Apparently everyone just left. Everyone literally just left when I did that. And I thought it would just give me views. That's how fucking desperate I was. And people literally ran away because they were scared. I'm going to the gym. Fuck that. Literally scaring the hoes away. One last thing. One last thing. One last thing. I need you to understand more than anything. More than anything, if you have to remember one thing, just remember the fact